The author says, فصل في الغسل, section about bath or bathing. وهو لغة سيلان الماء على الشيء مطلقا. Linguistically, the ghusl, is for water to flow over something. Absolutely. Meaning, this the meaning of it, this abstractly. وشرعا سيلان الماء على جميع البدن بنية. But illegally, it is the flow of water over all of the body with an intention. The flow of water. So does not mean making the water flow. Does not mean making the water flow. Meaning if the water was just flowing, then and then you made an intention, that's valid. So it is the flow of water over all of the body, or the flowing of water over all of the body with an intention. وهو بفتح الغين وضمها. You can say it with a fatha on the ghain, ghusl, washing, and with a dhamma on it, so ghusl. That's usually going to mean bathing. والفتح أشهر. And saying it with a fatha is more popular. ghusl, meaning this word or that word. Which one of those two words would be used more? The word ghusl would be used more than the word ghusl. ولكن الفقهاء تستعمله بالضم. However, the jurists, they use it with a dhamma. ghusl. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, والذي يوجب الغسل ستة أشياء. That which mandates ghusl are 6 things. الشرح, the explanation. هذه الأشياء توجب الغسل مع إرادة القيام إلى الصلاة. These things make a ghusl obligatory when wanting to stand to pray. أما مجرد حصول أحدها أما مجرد حصول أحدها فلا يوجب الغسل على الفورية. As for merely for one of these things to happen, they don't make a ghusl obligatory immediately. فلو استيقظ بعد طلوع الشمس جنبا. So had someone woke up after sunrise, sexually impure, فلم يصلي الصبح, and he did not pray the dawn prayer yet, لا يجب عليه الاغتسال فورا. Bathing is not obligatory on him immediately. بل له قبل أن يغتسل أن يقضي حاجاته. Rather, he is allowed to, he may, before bathing, run his errands. ثم يغتسل, and then bathe للظهر, for dhuhr prayer. وقد بقي من الوقت ما يسعها. As long as there's enough time to pray dhuhr, yani he can't delay any further here. He has time to pray dhuhr, he can't let dhuhr time go out. Yani he's gonna have to do a ghusl before dhuhr goes out. ويصلي الصبح قضاء, and then he makes up this dawn prayer. Now, interesting thing about the way this is worded, which is that the Sheikh mentions that he can make a ghusl for dhuhr. He didn't say make the ghusl for subh. Although subh prayer comes before dhuhr prayer in sequence. And it is sunnah to make up the prayer before you do the next prayer if you have enough time. This statement can be taken from this statement that The ghusl is not for the subh prayer per se. ويجوز للجنب أن يجلس في مجلس العلم. And it is permissible for the one who is sexually impure to sit in the session of knowledge. Before that, he said, "Well, you suddenly subha qada," and he prays dawn prayer as a makeup. The way this is worded here uh, gives the impression that he can delay the dawn prayer after praying the Dhuhr prayer. And that's the case according to the Shafi'i school. ويجوز للجنب أن يجلس في مجلس العلم. And it is permissible for someone who is sexually impure to sit in the session of knowledge, or dhikr, or the dhikr circle, or the dhikr session. حيث لم يكن في المسجد, as long as that's not in the masjid, لأنه حرام, because that's haram. وأما ما شاء عند بعض العوام, as for what is spread amongst some of the laymen, من أن الجنوب إذا خرج قبل أن يغتسل تلعنه كل شعرة من جسمه, that if someone who is junub goes out, so I'll just say junub from now on, if someone who is junub goes out before bathing, then every hair of his body will damn him. Oh, kadhib, this is a lie. وَهُوَ خِلَافُ الدِّينِ, and this is against the religion. Here's a hadith in the footnote. Al-Bukhari narrated in his Sahih, in the book of Ghusl, in the chapter of the sweat of the person who's junub, and that a Muslim does not become filthy, that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam encountered Abu Hurairah radiyallahu anhu on one of the pathways or streets of Medina while he was junub. He said, فَانْخَنَفْتُ مِنْهُ. Abu Hurairah said, I like, the way I understand the way to translate that is to say, I slank away from him. I creeped away from him like this. Wallahu a'lam. فذهب فاغتسل, then he went and made a ghusl. ثم جاء, and then he came. فقال أين كنت يا أبا هريرة, and then the Prophet عليه الصلاة والسلام said, where were you, Abu Hurairah? Where were you, oh Abu Hurairah? He said, I was junub and I hated to sit with you like that. I hated to sit with you while being impure. And so the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, Subhanallah, innal muslima la yanjus. He said, glory be to God. Indeed, the Muslim does not become filthy. Yani, was not harmful for him to stay. Had he been in a session, even though he was junub, it would have been beneficial for him. Sometimes you might feel something like that, like if a person went out junub, so he might feel within himself uncomfortable or insecure, perhaps, or something like this. But then let him think twice about really the religious judgment, remember the hadith, and then he strengthens his heart to the religious judgments here. Then go take a ghusl and feel better later. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, ثلاثة تشترك فيها الرجال والنساء. Three are shared between men and women. وهي التقاء الختانين, and they are the meeting of the two spots of circumcision. So he mentioned all three shared by men and women, and then in the same sentence mentioned one only. So as if there could be here, instead of a mere period, this is PDF, instead of a mere period here, could be ellipses. وهي التقاء الختانين ... means there's more to come. الشرح, the explanation. من موجبات الغسل الجماع, amongst the dictators or mandators of a bath is intercourse. وهو إدخال الحشفة أو قدرها من مقطوعها فرجا, and it is the insertion of the glands or its amount from a member from which one has been severed, from which one from a member that has a severed glands, to insert that into a private part, a farj, yani a sexual part. So I won't say private because animal is included here, and the animals don't have a private part. Meaning, animals not obligated to cover anything. لِقَوْلِهِ عَلَيْهِ الصَّلَاةُ وَالسَّلَامُ. This is due to the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam saying, author, that's Abu Shuja, he says, Bismillahi walhamdulillahi wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. ثَلَاثَةٌ تَشْتَرِكُ فِيهَا الرِّجَالُ وَالنِّسَاءُ. Three mandators of ghusl are shared between men and women. وَهِيَ الْتِقَاءُ الْخِتَانَيْن, and they are, so the explainer only mentions the first one of the three. The first one he mentions is التقاء الختانين, what he worded as the meeting of the two spots of circumcision. So the explanation of that is that amongst what makes a ghusl obligatory is jima', sexual intercourse. So that's more technical word than the way the author put it here. Why did the author say it that way? We're going to see in a moment now. Jima', which is the intercourse, which is defined as idkhalu al-hashafati aw qadriha min maqtu'iha farja. So, yani, actually, that's a definition right there. So, all definitions are up for grabs when you are studying for a test. What is the definition of the jima'? هو إدخال الحشفة أو قدرها من مقطوعها فرجا, which means it is the insertion of the glands or the amount of a glands from some member, yani a penis that has a severed glands, into a sexual organ. Farjan, a farj. Now the actual Arabic word farj means like a cleft, an opening. So it means the private part. But it's not specific to female, farj. It includes the male and the female, front and back, and also the animal, farj. But I'm trying to refrain from the word private part whenever an animal is included in the rule, since they don't have private parts technically, because they're not obligated to cover anything. And why is this obligatory? Meaning, what's the evidence that intercourse mandates a ghusl? لقوله عليه الصلاة والسلام إذا التقى الختانين فقد وجب الغسل. Rawahu Muslim. Muslim narrated this hadith, which means if the two spots of circumcision meet, then the ghusl is obligatory. The bath is obligatory. So this shows why Abu Shuja worded it this way, because he is imitating a hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So the scholars, they do that often. They would say something in their books, and the reason they said it that way and not a more technical way, for example, is because they would be imitating an ayah from the Quran or a hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And I'll give you a quick example that's coming. Like what? Like, why does a person make tayammum? He's going to make tayammum. What do the scholars say often? Because he's traveling or because he's sick. Why they say that? Because that's what's in the Quran. If you were traveling, if you were on a journey, or if you were sick. So they say what's in the Quran. But technically, more technically, why are you going to make tayammum? Because you can't find water and you can't use water. Either you can't find water or you can't use water. So some of them say it this way, this more technical way. You're going to make tayammum because you can't find water or you can't use water. More practical words is say because you're on a journey or you're sick. That's like here. Yani, and because that's what's in the Quran. So that's like here. He said it because how it came in the hadith. Rawahu Muslim narrated this hadith. إذا التقى الختانان فقد وجب الغسل. إذا التقى الختانان فقد وجب الغسل. When the two spots of circumcision meet, or when they meet, then the bath is obligatory. Narrated by Muslim. I'm gonna have to remember Muslim narrated this. I'll have to review the proofs again, inshallah. والمراد بالتقاء الختانين تحاذي موضعهما بالإيلاج. Okay, now what's meant by the meeting of the two circumcised spots is, yani, why say it that way? And then it means sexual intercourse, because what's meant is for the two circumcised spots to be parallel. This means one of them is over the other. And what that means is that the glans is inside of the woman. Then when this happens, then because that's the glans for the man is the circumcised spot, and the woman has a circumcised spot. So the intended meaning of the hadith is that they are as if they are overlapping, not just touching only, but overlapping. So that the meaning is penetration. So I think that's clear. وَلَيْسَ الْمُرَادُ مُجَرَّدَ اللَّمْسِ. This does not mean merely touching, like I just told you. بِدُونِ دُخُول, without entrance, يعني without penetration. كما إذا قيل التقى فمه بفمها. Like if it were said, his mouth contacted her mouth. So this does not mean insertion. So how does the hadith mean that? فَإِنَّ الْمُرَادَ بِهِ الْمُمَاسَّةِ. In this second example, it just means touching, contact. فقط, only. بِخِلَافِ الْتِقَاءِ الْخِتَانَيْن. But if you say that for the circumcised spots, so we're basically explaining the hadith here. If you say that for the circumcised spots, then doesn't have that meaning. فَالْمَقْصُودُ مِنْهُ دُخُولُ رَأْسِ الذَّكَرِ فِي الْفَرْجِ. The intent is the entrance of the glans, penis, the head of the penis into the vagina. But even so, word vagina is so specific, more specific than farj though. Like I told you, word farj in Arabic is broad, covers male, female, front and back, and animal. So just the bare Arabic words are saying what's intended is the entrance of the head of the penis into a farj. That's so just as broad as that really means is what the religious judgment is. وَكَمَا يَجِبُ الْاغْتِسَالُ عَلَى الرَّجُلِ يَجِبُ أَيْضًا عَلَى الْمَرْأَةِ. And just as the bath or the bathing is obligatory upon the man, it is also obligatory upon the woman. بأي ذكر دخل في فرجها, by any penis that entered her vagina. حتى ذكر البهائم, even the penis of an animal. وكان وجوب الغسل أولا متعلقا بإنزال المني. And it was يعني as a historical fact, a historical religious fact, it used to be, kana yani means here, it used to be that the obligation of ghusl was first linked only to ejaculation, so not to penetration. ثم نسخ, and then that was abrogated. فصار الحكم متعلقا بالدخول, and then the judgment became linked to also the penetration, not only the ejaculation. Any questions so far? ثم الواجب في الختان في حق الذكر قطع الجلدة التي تغطي رأس الذكر. Now, furthermore, what the Shaykh wants to do is digress, but it is an appropriate digression. Yani, now the Shaykh wants to talk about circumcision, which is off of the topic of the actual title. Circumcision is another topic. But he has here uh, room to digress, this explainer, the commentator on the text of Abu Shuja, because the author of the text, Sheikh Abu Shuja, rahimahullah, he mentioned circumcision. And the explainer wants to explain wants to explain any words presented in the text. So that gave warrant to the explainer, the Shaykh rahimahullah, to talk about circumcision in the under the title of what makes a ghusl obligatory. And so that's a digression. So he says, furthermore, yani, take extra information, slight digression here. The obligation of circumcision pertaining to the male is by cutting the foreskin, that which covers the head of the penis. وأما المرأة فيكفي قطع جزء يسير من الهنة. As for the woman, it would be enough to cut a small amount of the henna. This word henna was not explained to me in the lesson. And I'm not positive that this word henna is one of al-asma'u sitta, one of the 6 nouns, if you remember, from Qatrun Nada, not al-Ajurumiyya. One of the 6 nouns, hen. Indeed, one of the meanings of the hen is the private part. And indeed, one of the meanings of the hen is that which is taboo. Yani, embarrassing or awkward to mention. So this word hana, when I heard it in the lesson, this is the meaning that came to my mind. I didn't ask, and the teacher didn't stop to explain. So Allah knows best what's meant here. As for the woman, it's enough to cut a small piece of al-hanati al-murtafi'ati, the raised hana, وهي الجلدة المرتفعة فوق مدخل الذكر, which is the skin raised over the entrance of the penis. So I think that's clear. Excuse me. I would like to remind you here the difference and the similarity between the man and the woman concerning what's called qubul. Qubul. That means front private. Now I can say private because I'm talking about a human. The front private. Which is that the woman has from the qubul, from the front, two exits. Two apparent exits. Two apparent exits there. The man has only one apparent exit, but he has two pathways for the front. The man has two pathways for the front. They are not the same pathway. One for the urine, one for the semen. And yes, so someone might ask you, might say to you, don't you say that mani is pure? So we'll say, yes, it is pure. The semen, ejaculated fluid is pure. It would say, doesn't it come from the same place that the urine comes from? So that if it passed through that passage where the urine passes, that it will just be contaminated anyway? That's the answer here. The answer here is that originally the mani has a different pathway. It's not coming from the same spot. That's one thing. And two, the religious judgment of najasa is linked to the outside, not the inside. This is an important case. The religious judgment of najasa is linked to the outside, not the inside. Meaning, when the mani appears, the ejaculated fluid, on the outside, then we don't say it was contaminated by urine in the urethra. We're not going to say that because urethra is inside. It's like we don't say, your veins are contaminated. Your inside is contaminated. You have najasa, and you have the blood in your veins. You have the feces in your intestines. You have it there. It's true. You have the urine in your bladder. It's there. That's true. But don't you see you can still pray? Why you can still pray if that najasa is there? Because that najasa has no regard as long as it's on the inside. The najasa has no regard as long as it's on the inside. It only has regard when it's on the outside. So if you get a cut and then the blood comes out, now the blood has regard in terms of contaminating something, not while it's inside. Or you vomited. When it came out, now you're going to regard it. As long as it's still in your stomach and you feel weird, you're not going to say there's najasa here. So I think it's clear for you. So when the mani emerges, we're not going to say it's contaminated because it flowed through the urethra of the man. Talking about the man here because someone will say his two pathways merge. That's a big digression I did for you. But I wanted to share that information. So, coming back here, وتعبير الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم بالختان بالختان في الجانبين, and the messenger صلى الله عليه وسلم expressing circumcision concerning both sides, meaning the male and the female, يدل على أنه كان معروفا عندهم للذكور والإناث. This proves that circumcision was known to them for males and females. وإنما ذكر الختان في الحديث لأنه مطلوب في حق الذكور والإناث وجوبا عند الشافعي وندبا عند مالك. Nice here. And why was the circumcision mentioned in the hadith? That question didn't cross my mind. And the Shaykh didn't ask the question. He gave the answer to the question without asking it. Well, he says right here, merely the reason why the circumcision was mentioned in the hadith, so that means here's an answer to a question. If you were to ask, why was it mentioned in the hadith? Because the hadith is about intercourse. So why you mentioned circumcision? لأنه مطلوب في حق الذكور والإناث وجوبا عند الشافعي وندبا عند مالك. Because mentioning it in the hadith indicates that it is something sought. It indicates that it is something sought to be circumcised. So the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he could have said, if intercourse takes place, then a bath is obligatory. But he said, if the two circumcised spots meet, then the bath is obligatory. So by mentioning these two circumcised spots, yani, in a place where it doesn't have to be mentioned, he's signaling too that it is something that should be done. And according to Ash-Shafi'i, it is an obligation. Circumcision is an obligation according to Ash-Shafi'i, and it is merely recommended according to Malik. If you have any question, feel free. I'm going to keep going. We have a lot to cover. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وإنزال المني, and so very literal translation, and making the semen come down. Says inzal. So inzal is a transitive form. So to make come down, to bring down, as opposed to something coming down by itself. الشرح, the explanation. يجب الغسل بنزول المني. Now the commentator, though, he uses a different word. He says the bath is obligatory by the descent of the sperm. So he didn't say making it come down. He didn't use the transitive form. He's using the intransitive form. So this statement of the author, the statement of the explainer means whether it was made to come out or it came out by itself, the bath will be obligatory. The way the original author worded it is that if it were made to come out. So the explainer's statement, if it came out, is broader. وَإِنْ قَلْ, even if it is little. كَقَطْرَةٍ, even a mere drop. سواء كان بجماع أو بتفكير أو بنظر أو بمباشرة في غير فرج. Whether that occurred by intercourse or by thinking or by looking or by touching by other than intercourse. لقوله تعالى, due to what God said, exalted is He. وإن كنتم جنبا فطهروا. If you were junub, you is plural here. If you were junub, so it means you had an ejaculation, then bathe. وَلِقَوْلِهِ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَسَلَّمَ, and because the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, إِنَّمَا الْمَاءُ مِنَ الْمَاءِ, merely the water is due to the water. Rawahu Muslim. Muslim narrated that report. The meaning of this hadith is that the water of a bath is obligatory due to the ejaculation of semen. And I'm using the word semen here for a man or a woman. And I don't care if the doctors don't say it that way. I'm going to say it that way. Boy, he said, is circumcising an obligation in the Shafi'i school on the guardian to do it to the child, or it's an obligation when the person becomes pubescent. His own obligation is at puberty. It's recommended. Is it an obligation on the parent to do it to the child? I don't remember that that's an obligation. I'll review. What I remember as an obligation is on the person himself. If he reached puberty uncircumcised, then according to Ash-Shafi'i, it will be obligatory on him to have the circumcision done. ويعرف المني بإحدى ثلاث علامات, and the semen would be known by any of three signs. اللذة بخروجه, a pleasure upon its exiting. واستعقابه فطور الذكر, followed by weakness of the penis. وانكسار الشهوة, and for the desire to dissipate. That's one sign. All of that is one sign. وريح العجين أو طلع النخل, or the smell of dough, or the smell of palm tree pollen. Palm tree pollen. In كان رطبة, if it's moist. Moist palm tree pollen. That's if the semen were moist. It has the smell of dough, or it has the smell of palm tree pollen. أو ريح بياض البيض إن كان جافا. If the semen were dry, then it has the smell of egg white. So that's the second sign, the smell. والتدفق, and gushing. أي خروجه بدفعات, meaning exiting in pushes. شيئا فشيئا, little by little. بقوة, with strength. يعني convulsion. بخلاف المذي والودي, as opposed to pre-ejaculation, and I'm going to use the word here, discharge. But discharge is really a very generic word. I'm going to explain what I mean. So there's three fluids here. One is the ejaculated fluid. One is the pre-ejaculated fluid. And one is something, I'm going to call it discharge. And let me be clear from right here. When I say discharge right now, I'm not talking about something that women experience. No, it is something women experience, but I'm not talking about some moisture that women experience, which is natural for them, usual, which is a moisture that will just be in that area. And so she might see its traces in her underclothing or pad, for example. I'm not talking about that. So there's three fluids. This is for men and women. One is an ejaculated fluid. We just talked about it. It has three signs. Comes out with pleasure, followed by weakness of the penis, and then the desire dissipating. Two is that when it's moist, smells like dough or palm tree pollen. And when it's dry, smells like egg white. And three is that comes out in spurts. Now, the second fluid is pre-ejaculated fluid, means the one that comes out upon arousal. Its sign is that it leaks, not that it pumps, rather it leaks. Also comes without feeling or much feeling, so that it could be out without a person realizing. That's for men and women. But Pre-ejaculation, maybe they only use it for men, the word I'm talking about, and then they would say another word for a woman like discharge. So I'm going to say here pre-ejaculation for both men and women. This one is upon arousal. Now there's a third one that I'm going to call discharge. It's called wadi. This one comes out uh, after straining or after urinating. It is thick. It resembles ejaculated fluid, but it's different. It's thick. It will come out after urinating or after straining. Straining means like a person was pushing too much while defecating, or he was lifting something heavy or pushing something heavy, and then something came out from the front that's thick. This stuff here is not the ejaculated fluid, and stickier also. So, which one makes a bath obligatory? Only the ejaculated fluid, not the other two. The other two require washing off the private part, istinja, and then making wudu to pray before you pray. You don't have to do a whole bath. Okay. If you have a question, go ahead. ولا يشترط اجتماع الخواص بل يكفي واحدة في كونه منيا. Okay. It's not a condition that all of the signs appear. Rather, one sign is enough to judge it as semen. Bila khilaf, without any difference in opinion. Excuse me. Without any difference in opinion. Why are you saying all of this? So that a person knows if he has to do a bath or not. Like he wakes up and he knows that he felt something while he was asleep, but if he looks, he doesn't see anything. Does he have to do a bath? He's 100% sure he felt the feeling of the ejaculation, but when he woke up and he looked, he didn't see anything. Does he have to do a bath? Yes, he has to. Because one of its signs is definitely verified for him. Or, for example, he smelled its smell. If he was for sure verifying its smell. But then he looked, he didn't see anything. Then he has to do ghusl. For example, any sign that proves that if any one of those signs you're 100% sure of it, then you have to do a bath before you pray. That's the benefit of learning those things. And it's obvious for you also that when it comes to these matters, we have to be very clear and straightforward. You said, isn't it a condition to see it? It's not a condition to see it. Good question. And when it is mentioned in some of the books that he sees it, even in the hadith, that a person would be obligated to bathe if he saw it, what's meant by seeing it is knowing it. Seeing it is not a condition. Yeah, the ru'ya means the ilm here. Seeing here means knowing. Seeing per se is not the condition. I mean, okay. أما اللون والرقة والثخانة فليست علامات قوية. As for its color and its thinness or thickness, its consistency, these are not strong signs. So you don't have to rely on that to be sure that you have to do a ghusl. The color or the consistency, its thinness or thickness. Yani, the meaning of these not being strong signs is that these are not signs particular to semen. So, like I told you, that discharge, it resembles the mani, but it's not. It's something else. And I have not seen personally any non-Muslim determination for what this is. With the Muslim scholars, they verified it and they talked about it. And also, I personally do not know any non-Muslim verification for the female semen, which they should, because it's observable. And rather, they say the woman has eggs. What the Prophet ﷺ told us is that the babies are created from the merger of the two fluids, the ejaculated fluids, the fluid of the mother and the fluid of the father. They fuse. That's what the Prophet said. And you should know that what they do confirm, though, doctors that is, what they do confirm is something called zygote. The zygote is, they will tell you, it is a fusion of what is contributed from the woman and what is contributed from the man, and it sticks to the lining of the womb. That's zygote. And their claim, which is a theory really, is going to be by eggs and sperm. And what the Prophet told us, that's by sperm with sperm, male and female. فالمذي أبيض رقيق. And so the pre-ejaculated fluid, which comes by arousal, it's white and thin. والودي أبيض ثخين. And the discharge is white and thick. وهما لا يوجبان الغسل. Neither of those make a bath obligatory. لكنهما نجسان. But both of them are filthy, like urine is filthy. يجب غسل المحل إذا خرجا. It is obligatory to wash the spot if they come out. وأما المني فهو في الرجل أبيض ثخين. As for the sperm, for the man, it is white and thick. وفي المرأة أصفر رقيق. And for the woman, it is yellow and light. ولكن نفرق بينه وبين المذي والودي بتلك العلامات السابقة. However, there's still going to be the difference concerning the woman. For her sperm, because it has the other signs of the gushing and the pleasure. So she's going to know that it's not the other two. Yes. فالمذي يوجب غسل موضع الخروج. And so, pre-ejaculation makes obligatory washing the spot where that fluid emerged. وما أصاب من الثوب. And any clothing that it stuck to. لأجل الصلاة. For the sake of the prayer. So the prayer is going to keep person clean. وهل يجب غسل الفرج كله من خروج المذي ويكفي غسل موضع الخروج فقط أو يكفي غسل موضع الخروج فقط. Now, here's a question. Is it obligatory to wash the entire private part if pre-ejaculation emerges? Or is it enough to only wash the spot where it emerged only? فيه خلاف. There's difference in opinion here. فعند الشافعي يكفي غسل الموضع الذي أصاب. So, according to Ash-Shafi'i, it's enough to wash the spot where this fluid, the pre-ejaculated fluid, touched. من الذكر, of the penis. وفي بعض المذاهب يجب غسل الذكر كله. And according to some legal schools, it would be obligatory to wash the entire penis. So it means even if the fluid didn't spread, it would still be obligatory to wash everything. according to them. والاحتياط أن يغسل الذكر كله. And what's most precautious is to wash the entire penis. كان سيدنا علي رضي الله عنه مذاء. Master Ali, may Allah accept from him, was a person who had excessive pre-ejaculated fluid. And you might be caught by surprise by hearing that. How would you know something so personal about someone? Because when these religious judgments uh, are known by way of such things, then those are going to be mentioned. Like something would happen, and then someone would ask the Prophet a question, and then he would give the answer. So then the whole scenario would be known. So that's how that's known, because he had a question. So this is just synopsis here. So Ali was a person who had excessive pre-ejaculated fluid. يكثر خروج المذي منه من قوة الغريزة. So he had excessive flow of this naturally. وكان متزوجا بفاطمة, and he was married to Fatima رضي الله عنها, may Allah accept from her, the Prophet's daughter. فاستحيا أن يسأل رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. So he was shy to ask the Messenger of Allah صلى الله عليه وسلم, because this is the Prophet's daughter, is his wife. So he was shy here to make that connection so openly. من أجل فاطمة, for the sake of Fatima, he was shy. فأمر شخصا من الصحابة. So he told a companion, وهو المقداد بن الأسود, one whose name is Al-Miqdad ibn al-Aswad, to go to the Prophet and ask. فسأل النبي. So he asked the Prophet, فقال, and the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم said, يغسل ذكره ويتوضأ. He washes his penis and he makes wudu. See right there? Maybe you are just asking yourself, the whole penis, why? So see how the hadith came? That's how the scholars obey the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. They want to do what the Prophet said to do. So that's how the hadith came right here. يَغْسِلُ ذَكَرَهُ. So they're going to say, يَغْسِلُ ذَكَرَهُ. He washes his penis. وَيَتَوَضَّأ, and then he makes wudu. وَكَانَ قَبْلَ أَنْ يَعْرِفَ الْحُكْمَ يَغْتَسِلُ مِنْ خُرُوجِ الْمَذِي. And what he was doing before he knew the rule was bathing due to the emergence of the pre-ejaculated fluid. حَتَّى تَشَقَّقَ جِلْدُهُ, until his skin started to crack. فَلَمَّا عَرَفَ الْحُكْمَ تَرَكَ الْاغْتِسَالَ وَاسْتَرَاحَ. Then when he knew the rule, he stopped bathing and took it easy. وَكَانَ ذَلِكَ ابْتِلَاءً مِنَ اللَّهِ, and that was a test from God. لِيَعْظُمَ أَجْرُهُ, so that his reward would be greater. And maybe you had something like that in your life. And then you learn the rule and you say, Alhamdulillah. So look, that happened to a companion. Something like that. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, والموت. So ejaculation of mani, we covered that, and death. الشرح, the explanation. الثالث من موجبات الغسل الموت. The third of the dictators of ghusl is death of a Muslim. ما لم يكن شهيد معركة, as long as he's not a battlefield martyr. ويغسل من عداه من الشهداء. Any other kind of martyr is bathed. كشهيد الغرق والظلم, like the one who died drowning, or the one who was killed unjustly. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him. وثلاثة تختص بها النساء. Three things are specific to women. وَهِيَ الْحَيِّضُ وَالنِّفَاسُ, and they are menstruation and postpartum bleeding. ... So he only mentioned two out of three, so he's not finished yet. He broke it apart in his explanation. الشرح, the explanation. من موجبات الغسل الخاصة بالنساء الحيض. Amongst the dictators of ghusl special to the women is menses. بقوله تعالى, due to God's word, exalted is He. فاعتزلوا النساء في المحيض ولا تقربوهن حتى يطهرن. Refrain from the women during menses, and do not approach them until they purify themselves. No. And do not approach them until they are pure. And do not approach them until they are pure. That's what this means here. Not until they purify themselves. The continuation of the ayah means, then when they purify themselves, then approach them. So, refrain from the women during menses, and do not approach them until they are pure. This means until the menses stops. Then when they purify themselves, this means then when they take a bath, then approach them. So the amount of the ayah, the excerpt from the ayah here is just up until there. Refrain from the women during menses and do not approach them until they are pure. وَالسَّبَبُ الْمُوجِبُ لِلْغُسْلِ انْقِطَاعُهُ مَعَ إِرَادَةِ الْقِيَامِ لِلصَّلَاةِ وَنَحْوِهَا. Nice wording here. The reason for dictating the ghusl is, what did the author say, Abu Shuja? He said menses. What is the explainer saying with more accuracy, with more pinpointed words? The cessation of menses along with wanting to pray. The cessation of menses along with wanting to pray. So, if this came in the test, if the question in the test were, what is the dictator of ghusl for the women? Then you're going to say, you might say menses. So then you might get a point deducted, or not, you don't get full credit here. Because he wants you to demonstrate that you have comprehended and internalized what's in the explanation. So he wants you to say a sabab. So if he said, what's the sabab? What's the reason for the women to have to take the ghusl? You're going to say the sabab, السبب الموجب للغسل انقطاعه مع إرادة القيام للصلاة. It is for these menses to stop and also for her to want to pray. Or something else. وَنَحْوِهَا. That's the whole answer right there. السبب الموجب للغسل انقطاعه أي انقطاع الحيض. You have to replace that pronoun too. Is the menses cessation انقطاع الحيض, when you write the answer out, مع إرادة القيام للصلاة, while wanting to pray. وَنَحْوِهَا, or something else, like make tawaf, or be intimate with the husband. وَالْمُوجِبُ ثَانِي النِّفَاسِ, and the second dictator is postpartum bleeding, or some say postnatal bleeding, and some say other words. لِأَنَّهُ دَمُ حَيْضٍ مُجْتَمِعٍ, because it is accumulated or concentrated menstrual blood. Yani, the woman usually menstruates. When she gets pregnant, then that menstruation uh, is detained. And so it accumulates. Then, after she delivers the baby, then, so maybe the word they will say is that it sheds. Then that blood would shed and it would start coming out. So, what is the source of that blood? It is menstrual blood that wouldn't come out because she was pregnant. So, then has the same rule. That's why it says here, لِأَنَّهُ, because. It's a very important rule. When you're learning fiqh, the word because, zero in on it. Don't let it slide past you. You want to understand fiqh. Why I'm saying that? Because there's levels to understanding fiqh. First level is just understanding the rules. That's like when you learn obligatory knowledge. Isn't it that you can learn the obligatory knowledge without learning any hadith, any ayah, just the rules? Do it like this. This is the integral, this is the condition, this is the invalidator. Avoid that, do this, and do this before. Okay, you learn some fiqh there. And there's nothing confusing. So you learn some basic level here. But doesn't mean that you understand a lot of things. Rather, all you are doing is acting. All you are doing is implementing. But you are not processing in your mind something. When you learn the fiqh, you're going to hear some very important words like because. Or you'll hear another word like its proof is. Or you hear another important word like except. These words, you lock onto them, pay very special attention to them, understand their implications. You're going to have, inshallah, fiqh, comprehension. That's the literal meaning of the word fiqh. So what are we saying here? We're saying menses is a dictator of ghusl. Well, in simplified words, like you're teaching someone, so you're going to say simple words, menses. Or if you want more exact words, the cessation of menses while wanting to go and pray is the dictator of ghusl. Okay. What's the proof? The proof is the ayah from the Quran. Okay. Okay. Then what's the other dictator of ghusl special to a woman? Postnatal bleeding. Why? Does the ayah mention after the woman delivers her baby, take a ghusl? Does the hadith mention after the woman delivers the baby, yani, and then she bleeds, do a ghusl? Is there an ayah? Is there a hadith? I don't even remember one personally. Then where? Why? How? How did you put the rule here? لأنه دم حيض مجتمع, because yani, the reason for it to have the same rule is that it is the same thing. It's menses blood. That's its reality. So its rule goes back to the rule for menses, but has some particular details because of its how it comes out after the termination of the pregnancy. If you have a question, feel free. قال المؤلف رحمه الله والولادة, and childbirth. That's the third thing special to women. الشرح الولادة توجب الغسل. The explanation, before that, perhaps you have a question. You might say, this ayah, where it says ghusl is obligatory after menses, the ayah says refrain from the women during menses. Okay, that doesn't have anything to do with ghusl right there. When and do not approach them, yani, this is about intercourse, until they are pure. Okay, they are pure until they are pure. Where to say she's obligated to do a ghusl though? Because this is what we talk about. Mujibatul ghusl. What makes ghusl wajib? Obligatory. It's extracted from here. Because what is the judgment of a woman having intercourse with her husband if he requests that? Obligatory. What is the judgment of a man having intercourse with his wife while she's menstruating? Forbidden. Um, can a man have intercourse with his wife before she bathes, even if her bleeding stopped? According to Shafi'i, no. Must his wife obey him in allowing him to enjoy her when that's not haram? Yes. So then, what must she do in order to achieve that? She must perform a ghusl. Then, bathing after menses is obligatory. See how those scholars do like that? Subhanallah wa bihamdi. That's amazing. And that's just one madhab there. Other scholars have other madhabs. They'll come at you from another angle. This religion is science. This is science. This is not superstition. This religion is many sciences. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, والولادة, and childbirth. شرح, the explanation. الولادة توجب الغسل. Childbirth dictates a ghusl. ولو بلا بلل, even without moisture. That's the literal meaning of the word balal, moisture. So, as we're going to see, the preponderant definition of balal here is blood. Moisture here means blood, according to predominant explanation of scholars. So, even without moisture, meaning without blood, the baby came out without any blood, she still needs to perform a ghusl. على القول الراجح, according to the preponderant saying في المذهب, in the Shafi'i school. ولو لم يكن الخارج جنينا كاملا, even if what emerged was not the complete fetus. لأن أصل الولدان مني الرجل ومني المرأة, because the source of the children is the man's sperm and the woman's sperm. يجتمعان في الرحم, they merge in the womb. ثم ينقلب هذا المني علقة, then this sperm transforms into a clot. It turns into coagulated blood. So this merger in the womb, this first merger mentioned here, that's what's called nutfa. Nutfa. Some people might translate nutfa as sperm drop, but the nutfa is the mixture, it's the fusion, not just the sperm only. So the source of the children is the man's sperm and the woman's sperm merged. That's the nutfa, the zygote in the womb. Then it flips, it turns, it transforms uh, this zygote into blood clot. So it transforms. Allah makes it change. ثم ينقلب لحما هيكلا بشريا. Then that blood clot turns into flesh. So a frame, a flesh frame. Then that blood clot turns into a flesh frame. Bashariyan, human. A fleshly human frame. مؤلفا من لحم ودم وعظم. It would be composed of meat and blood and bone. All this talk is summarized here. ثم يخرج قبل أن يركب فيه الروح. Then it comes out, because we were talking about an incomplete fetus, then it comes out before the soul is installed. أو بعد أن يركب فيه الروح. Or it comes out after the soul is installed. Yani, that's the origin of the children. So if it comes out, yani, sometimes it ejects ahead of time and the baby dies, then it's going to be miscarriage. فالخارج مني منعقد. So whatever that, whether yani, what comes out, which is the child, it is coagulated semen in origin. That baby that comes out, dead or alive, it is, meaning in origin, coagulated semen. لذلك وجب الغسل عليها. This is why it's obligatory for the woman to bathe. Yani, that baby coming out is like ejaculating. وقد ذكر بعض الفقهاء المصريين في بعض الحواشي. Some of the Egyptian jurists have stated, documented in some commentaries, footnote commentaries, hawashi, that أن نساء الأكراد يلدن بلا بلل, that Kurdish women birth without moisture. ولا ندري هل هذا معروف عند الأكراد. But we don't know, and this is the Sheikh talking here. So usually when he says we like that, he means himself. We don't know. Is this known to the Turks? SubhanAllah. And he's saying some Egyptians have documented this about the Turks. About the Kurds, sorry. The Kurds. Some Egyptians have documented this about the Kurds. Is it known to the Kurds? Allahu Alam, Allah knows. Okay. We completed the first section. Now we're at Faslun fi fara'id al-ghusl. Section concerning the obligations of the ghusl. Any question? Okay, Bismillah. قال فصل في فرائض الغسل. Section about the obligations of the ghusl. Here in our English translation, we said section, ghusls, integrals, and recommendations. Because here Abu Shuja has them in one section. So here, we're going to see if Abu Shuja, according to what the explainer is presenting to us, because as you know, The text of Abu Shuja is a very famous text in the Shafi'i school. It's a beginner's text and has multiple explanations for it. And it has multiple copies. First of all, has multiple copies and multiple explanations. So, in different explanations, any explainer is going to be explaining the copy that he received. Or if he received more than one copy, he will explain a copy. And he would say to you, and in some copies it's like this, and in some copies it's like that. So is this copy that Sheikh Abdullah is explaining has the obligations of ghusl in one section and the recommendations in another section? Or they're both in the same section, but this title only says section about the obligations of ghusl, but it's going to cover the recommendations too? Let's see. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وفرائض الغسل ثلاثة أشياء. The obligations of ghusl are three things. And niyyah, the intention, ... So he mentions the first out of three. الشرح, the explanation. الأول من فرائض الغسل نية. The first of the obligations of the ghusl is the intention. لحديث إنما الأعمال بالنيات. Due to the hadith, the deeds are merely by the intentions. This hadith is important one to understand. The deeds are merely by the intentions. If you really understand this hadith, it's going to be so easy for you to make your intention to do almost anything. And before that, you might not know, how do I intend something? Maybe, okay, you learn this hadith and learn a couple cases in fiqh. Intend like this, intend like that. After that, the way of intending something will open for you. Then you know how to intend almost anything. وَلِأَنَّ النِّيَّةَ تُمَيِّزُ الْعَادَاتِ مِنَ الْعِبَادَاتِ. And also because the intention distinguishes the habits from the worships. So, two things are here. The explainer says the first obligation of ghusl is the intention li hadith, because of a hadith. And he gave the hadith. And he says, and because the intention distinguishes the worship from the habit. So this second because is the reason. The first because is the evidence. The second because is the reason. So we learn in fiqh, distinguish the reason from the evidence from the reason. But know that either one of them come after the word because. But they're not the same thing. So, I don't think this hadith will come on the test. What's the evidence that you have to make an intention for ghusl? Too easy. Only if the teacher is so generous. وَلِأَنَّ النِّيَّةَ, and because the intention distinguishes the habit from the worship. But I can see a question such as, why is the intention an integral of ghusl? Then you need to say, because of the hadith such and such, and because the intention distinguishes the habit from the worship. This is demonstrating that you have conceived, you have comprehended the information there, and you internalized it. فَيَنْوِي الْغُسْلَ الْوَاجِبِ, and therefore one would intend obligatory ghusl. أو رفع الحدث الأكبر, or he would intend lifting the greater impurity. Like that, yani, it's easy. That's why your intention can just take 1 second. The water touched your body, you made your intention. No ghusl, obligatory ghusl. Lifting hadath, for example. Yani, it would be the case that this is really what that's what was in your heart when the water touched your body. And then when you think about it a second later, you say, Did I make my intention? You will have made your intention really. That's how easy that is. So pay attention. فإن اغتسل الجنب أو الحائض بلا نية لم يصح. So if the one who's junub or the menstruating woman bathed without an intention, it's not valid. كأنه التبرد من الحر فقط, like only intending to cool off from the heat. Because then that's going to be like a habit, or only intending to wash the dirt off. Just got off of work. He feels so nasty. The intention also has another thing. This mentions only a piece. It says, because the intention distinguishes the habits from the worships, yes, and the intention distinguishes the levels of worship. So intention distinguishes two things. Intention distinguishes habit from worship and distinguishes levels of worship, meaning obligation versus recommendation. ومحل النية أول جزء مغسول من البدن. And the time of the intention is, subhanallah, the first washed part of the body. Here I'm translating mahal as time. Even if we say place, it means time. Or, yeah, like that. Because what's the place of the intention? The heart. So if I say place here, then it would come out as the place of the intention is the first washed part of the body. Really? My intention is in my shoulder, or my intention is in my foot, if that's where the first washing was? No. So here, mahal means the time. It's ism zaman or ism makan. We mentioned that last time. Ism zaman and ism makan have the same word. So maghrib could be a time or could be a place. Right? Like that. ولو اجتمع على المرأة غسل حيض وجنابة كفت نية أحدهما. And if a woman had two ghusls, the ghusl for menses and the ghusl for sexual impurity, then the intention of one of them is enough. Yes, that's easy. Or else, yani, you're gonna have waswas. ويصح غسل الكتابية من الحيض والنفاس بلا نية. And the ghusl of a Jewish or Christian woman, a ghusl, a bath from menses or postpartum bleeding, is, he says, yasihu, valid, bila niya, without an intention. إذا كانت متزوجة من مسلم ليحل له وطئها. If she were married to a Muslim, so that his having intercourse with her would be lawful. وكذا المجنونة, and likewise the insane one. Yeah, he has insane wife. So is valid. Valid here means regarded, meaning the judgment of what is sought. The goal that is sought is verified. which is the legality for the Muslim husband. If there were a locked gate there, then, and the only thing that opens that locked gate is something valid, then when she does that ghusl without an intention, the gate unlocks. So this is the meaning of saying is valid. But if she became a Muslimah, wouldn't she have to repeat the ghusl? Yes, because it wasn't valid from another perspective, though. That's how the fiqh is. Fiqh branches. Follow the branches in fiqh without getting confused. It will expand your mind. Okay, without an intention. Some scholars, they did say she needs an intention. But they don't mean an intention for valid worship. They mean she needs to be doing that so her husband can be lawful for her. That's what they mean. So it means, according to that, it's not going to be enough for her just to jump into the lake. And then when she comes out, that's fine. Doesn't have an intention. So there's two ways to say it. You could say she does not need an intention because her intention is not valid as a kafirah. And some scholars say she needs an intention with the meaning that she has to be deliberately doing this bath. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وَإِزَالَةُ النَّجَاسَةِ إِذَا كَانَتْ عَلَى بَدَنِهِ. And the removal of najis filth if it were on one's body. So you know from the summary of obligatory knowledge, let me ask you, tell me please, how many integrals of ghusl are there in the summary of obligatory knowledge? How many integrals for ghusl are there in the summary of obligatory knowledge? 2, correct. So, so Abu Shuja has a third one. So, okay. Now, what's that? Remember, Sheikh Abdullah, in his summary of obligatory knowledge, he wants to give you the strong Shafi'i school. What he presents to you in the summary of obligatory knowledge of the Shafi'i school is the preponderated Shafi'i school according to him. Yani to the extent of whatever he mentioned there. So then this extra detail, this extra integral mentioned here in Abu Shuja is not the strong saying according to the Shaykh, and according to others too. Let's see. الشرح, the explanation. الثاني من فرائض الغسل إزالة النجاسة على الموضع المغسول. The second obligation of ghusl is removing the filth from the washed spot قبل غسله عن الحدث, before washing it to remove the religious impurity. فإن كانت النجاسة حكمية أي لا يدرك لها جرم ولا لون ولا رائحة ولا طعم لا بد لتطهيرها من النجاسة من إسالة الماء على ذلك الموضع. ثم يسال عليه بعد ذلك ماء لرفع الحدث. Okay, so first of all, we just established that the Sheikh and other scholars, they don't agree that this is a necessary integral of ghusl. But this is what Abu Shuja mentioned. So we're not going to start Yani, at least here, the explainer didn't start by debunking the saying. He started by explaining it. Yani, according to Abu Shuja, according to his presentation, this is an integral of the ghusl, and it is a way in the Shafi'i school. So we're going to present that way, and that's how you do. Yani, just like you learn madhabs. You learn Shafi'i school, teach it straight all the way through without mixing it. Then learn Maliki school, teach it straight, study it well, and then say it all the way through without mixing it. Like that. If you learn two ways in the Shafi'i school, teach both of them without mixing them. Understand them, each one by one. And then say each one. And likewise, your opponent's argument, understand it and be able to say it back as he would say it. So, if the najasa were undetectable, meaning uh, there is no mass detectable for it, nor any color, so there's no stain, nor any smell, nor any flavor, like something was already in your mouth and you don't taste it anymore, or you weren't sure that there was najasa there, so you tasted it, which is not haram. Yeah, that's the meaning of flavor. How are you going to know if there's a flavor? You're going to taste the najasa, so maybe it's in your mouth already. Or maybe it was something you weren't even sure that it was najasa there. And so you tasted it. That's not haram. So what is the undetectable najasa? It is the najasa without any mass, nor any color, so there's no stain for it, nor any smell, nor any flavor. لا بد لتطهيرها من النجاسة من إسالة الماء على ذلك الموضع. Then it is unavoidable to clean that spot, purify that spot. It is unavoidable to uh, pour water over that spot. Or for water to pour over it. ثم يسال عليه. Okay, so that's just to remove the najasa, the undetectable najasa. And when we say it's an undetectable najasa, this means you know it's there. It's meaningless to say undetectable najasa and you don't know it's there. Why would you think that there's an undetectable najasa in some spot for no reason? So for sure, when we say undetectable najasa, it means you know it's there. So according to this way, you need to pour water on that spot first, and then pour another time for lifting the hadath. هذا على ترجيح الرافعي. This is according to the preponderance of الرافعي. أما على ترجيح النووي فيكفي لإزالة النجاسة رفع الحدث غسلة واحدة. As for an-Nawawi's preponderance, though, it's enough to remove the najasa and to lift the religious impurity to do a single wash. A single wash will remove the najasa and the impurity. أما إذا كانت النجاسة يرى لها جرم فلا بد عندهما من إزالة الجرم أولا. So all of this is about undetectable najasa. This is what they differed about. As for if the najasa has noticeable mass, then according to both ways, according to both positions, both parties in the Shafi'i school, you must remove the najasa first. ثم يرفع الحدث عن الموضع, and then water will be poured to lift the hadath from the spot. الرافعي كان من أهل قزوين وهي من بلاد فارس. الرافعي, he was from the people of Qazwin, from the lands of Persia. So if he's native to there, then he's a Persian man. That's the second greatest number or population of scholars in the nation of Muhammad. The largest number of scholars in terms of races are Arabs. The second largest number of scholars in terms of race in the nation of Muhammad are Persians. وكان كان شيخ المذهب الشافعي في وقته. He was the Sheikh of the Shafi'i school at his time. Yeah. ثم جاء بعده النووي. Then النووي came along. يعني, then النووي came. يعني, the meaning here is he was similar to his rank. He was a comparable scholar to الرافعي. فخالفه في أشياء رجح فيها خلاف ترجيحه. And he opposed al-Rafi'i in some things. He preponderated contrary to al-Rafi'i's preponderance. وكان بدمشق, and he was in Damascus. كانا إمامين جليلين. Both of them were noble scholars. ظهر لهما خوارق العادات. Supernatural phenomena appeared for both of them. فقد كان الرافعي في وقت تصنيفه في الليل إذا لم يكن له سراج تضيء له بعض الأشجار. الرافعي, when he would be authoring at night without a lantern, some of the trees would glow for him. فيستضيء بها عند التأليف. So he would take advantage of their glow while authoring. وكان النووي إذا لم يجد سراجا يستضيء به جعل الله النور في بعض أصابعه. And Nawawi, if he didn't find a lantern, then Allah would make one of his fingers glow. وكان قبلهما رجل من أهل فارس. And there was before both of them a Persian man. من الفقهاء الشافعيين الكبار. He was a Shafi'i jurist, a big one. الأتقياء الورعين. He was one of the God-fearing, precautious ones. اسمه عبد الله ibn Yusuf al-Juwayni. His name was Abdullah ibn Yusuf al-Juwayni. He was higher than those two. شُهِدَتْ يَدُهُ عِنْدَ مَوْتِهِ كَأَنَّهَا قَمَرٌ. His hand was witnessed when he died as if it were the moon. وَذَلِكَ مِنْ بَرَكَةِ مَا كَانَ يَكْتُبُهُ مِنَ الْفَتَاوَى الصَّحِيحَةِ فِي طَاعَةِ اللَّهِ. That was due to the blessing of what he used to write of correct verdicts in obedience to God. Subhanallah. Naam, insha'Allah ta'ala. Naam, afalu insha'Allah. So what did the Shaykh do there? He took a moment to digress and benefit us by telling us about Al-Rafi'i, rahimahullah, and An-Nawawi, and more. Subhanallah. Yes. So An-Nawawi, he came after Al-Rafi'i, and An-Nawawi, he became the Shaykh of the Shafi'is. And I'll tell you, Subhanallah. Yeah, I knew that just because that's what they say. But I was working on something once. Some information I was compiling from different books. So as I was compiling and putting together saying of this scholar, saying of this scholar said this definition, this scholar said this definition. I put all of that together. Then afterwards, I felt that it's too wordy, too much. So I wanted to just streamline the information. So when I wanted to streamline the information, then I saw how a Nawawi defines something and how the other one defines something. Then I understood something. Then I understood how a Nawawi, it was the Sheikh of the Shafi'is, what he did for the Shafi'is. Because Yani had a way of presenting the knowledge. He had a big picture of the Shafi'i school. Subhanallah. And I'm saying that I'm just a person with a very small picture of Shafi'i school, and I'm not being humble. And if you know, you know. Because I wound up removing one saying from the one, keeping the saying of Anawi. So it made me understand why do scholars like Anawi so much. I didn't understand before I had a personal taste there. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وإيصال الماء إلى جميع الشعر والبشرة, and making the water reach all of the skin and hair. الشرح, the explanation. الثالث من فرائض الغسل إيصال الماء إلى جميع أجزاء الشعر ظاهرا وباطنا وإن كثف. The third of the obligations of ghusl is making the water reach all of the parts of the hair, outside and inside, or apparent and non-apparent, even if it's thick. So outside and inside, it's fine. وإلى جميع أجزاء البشرة, and to all of the parts of the epidermis, the outer skin. وإلى الأظافر, and to the nails. والمراد بالبشرة ظاهر الجلد, and what's meant by the Arabic word bashara is the epidermis, the outside of the skin, the outside skin. فيجب من الفم غسل ظاهر الشفتين, and so obligatory for the mouth is washing the outside of the lips. وهو ما يبدو عند إطباقهما, the outside of the lips is what appears when you close them. Subhanallah wa bihamdi. Maybe that come in a test. What is the outside of the lips? So then you want to say it the way it's there in the book. هو ما يبدو عند إطباقهما, it's what appears when you close them. And what's meant here is closing them normally. So not squeezing them, pressing them closed. ومن الأذن ظاهر السماخ, and what's obligatory of the ear is the outer ear canal. لا باطنه, لا باطنه, not the inside. ومن المقعدة وفرج المرأة ما يظهر عند القعود لقضاء الحاجة, and what is obligatory concerning the backside and the woman's front is what appears when sitting, yani squatting, for relieving oneself. What's meant here by woman is deflowered woman, because she is the one that you're going to consider that she washes what would appear if she were to squat. And the virgin woman, it's enough to say she washes what appears. And you don't have to add if she were to squat. ومن العينين ما يظهر من الجفن عند إطباقه, And from the eyes, it's obligatory to wash the lid, what appears of the lid, the outside of the lid when it's closed. فلا يجب إيصال الماء إلى داخل العين. And so it's not obligatory to make water reach the inside of the eye. بل ولا يسن. In fact, it's not even recommended. ويجب على الأقلف الذي لم يختتن أن يوصل الماء إلى ما تحت القلفة. And it's obligatory on the uncircumcised one to make the water reach below the foreskin. Question: is it because she's pure, meaning the virgin, so all she would have to do is wash and not squat? No, because when a woman is deflowered, then it could be that uh, her mani does not appear on the outside. Whereas when she is a virgin, then her mani would appear on the outside. So that's why there's a difference there. So when she's deflowered woman, what she has to wash is what would appear if she were to squat. Whereas if she were a virgin, she only has to wash what appears, and that's, you don't have to add the extra uh, detail. Amin wafiq. ويسن للصائم أن يأخذ كفا من الماء. And it is recommended for the fasting person to take a handful of water. ويحني رأسه لكي تصبح الأذن باتجاه الأرض. So it's the prophetic way for someone who is fasting to take a handful of water and then to bend his neck so that his ear is towards the ground. وَيَضَعَ أُذُنَهُ عَلَى الْكَفِّ بِرِفْقٍ. And then to put his ear into that hand gently. فائدة, benefit. أول من اختتن إبراهيم عليه السلام. The first one to do circumcision was Abraham, may peace be upon him. فأراد أن يسرع إلى الطاعة فختن نفسه بالقدوم. He wanted to rush to the obedience, and so he circumcised himself with a chisel, according to a saint. القدوم
Isn't it قدوم?
بالتشديد وروي بتخفيف الدال وتشديدها. So you could say shadda, and it was said to be without shadda also. And it is the tool of the carpenter, the carpenter's tool. So I said chisel. He wanted to rush to the obedience of his Lord because his Lord commanded him to circumcise himself, so he did it without delay. Immediately, that's a big lesson there. That's what obedience means. May we remember the obedience that Ibrahim did when we are sleepy and didn't pray yet, or when we wake up and we have to pray, or the likes of those things. If yourself felt lazy, look how Ibrahim was not reluctant to circumcise himself with a chisel. And we talk about all you got to do, you're sleepy, splash some water in your face and do some moves. I mean, that's the extent of your difficulty there in terms of physical difficulty. Sallallahu alayhi wa ala alihi wa sallam. And other than that, he did like to slaughter his son. He went to slaughter him, but the angel stopped him. And leaving his slave woman and his baby in the desert. That's a big, all of that is a great lesson in obedience. Subhanallah. Allah Ta'ala does not charge us with that much, and we fall short. The author says, قال المؤلف رحمه الله وسننه خمسة أشياء. Its recommendations are five things. Yeah, so became clear here that his copy that he's explaining does not have separate fasl for the sunan of the ghusl. So the title then means that the title just doesn't include the sunan, although the sunan are included under it. قال رحمه الله وسننه خمسة أشياء التسمية. Its recommendations are five things. The tasmiyah, naming God. ... He says the explanation, sunanul ghusli kathira. And these recommended things to do for ghusl are many. المذكور منها هنا خمسة أشياء. What's mentioned of them here are five things. الأولى التسمية. The first is naming God. وهي قول بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. That is saying بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إن شاء أسر بها وإن شاء جهر. If one wants, he can say it low, and if one wants, he can say it aloud. ولو تركها صح غسله مع الكراهة. And if he neglects it, then his bath is valid with dislikeness or aversion. ومحلها عند أصابة الماء البدن. And its time is when the water touches the body. ولا يسمي في الخلاء. And one should not name God, invoke the name of God in the bathroom. بل خارجه, rather outside of it. ويغسل يده بنية رفع الحدث. So what do? Take the water in your hand. For example, just step out the bathroom, say Bismillah, and for example, you're rubbing your hands together, and then step back in and continue. Or make wudu in the kitchen, for example. Or in the basement if you have something there, sink, for example. Or get a cup and then make wudu on the step, for example. So you say the Basmala. That's the point here. So that your being in the bathroom is not the reason that you don't say the Basmala and then you have, I'm saying wudu, we're talking about ghusl. Same thing though. You can take the water in your hand, say Bismillah, washing your hand with the intention of the ghusl. That's valid. And then get into the shower, for example. So that the bathroom is not the reason why you didn't say the Basmala and then you had a makruh purification. يغسل يده بنية رفع الحدث. One washes his hand with the intention of lifting the impurity. ويسمي ثم يدخل. Then he will name God and then enter. ويكمل الغسل, and then continue the bath. قال المؤلف رحمه الله والوضوء قبله. Says making wudu beforehand. No, let's just say wudu beforehand. What you gonna do? You're gonna make wudu. Wudu beforehand. Yani prior to it. Wudu prior to it. والوضوء قبله. الشرح, the explanation. أن السنة الثانية من سنن الغسل الوضوء كاملة. Is that the sunnah, the second sunnah is a complete wudu. سواء قدم الوضوء كله أو بعضه أو أخره أم فعله في أثناء الغسل. Whether a person advanced the wudu, all of it ahead, or he did some of the wudu and did some of the wudu inside the ghusl. Either way is valid. وَالْأَفْضَلُ تَقْدِيمُهُ. And what's best is to advance the wudu ahead of the ghusl. فَلَوْ اغْتَسَلَ وَتَوَضَّأَ أَثْنَاءَهُ أَصَابَ السُّنَّةِ. So if he took a bath and then made wudu during the bath, then he got the sunnah. لكنها أقل ثوابا, but it's less rewardable. وَلَوْ تَرَكَهُ كُرِهْ. And if he does not make wudu, then the bath is disliked. وَيَنْوِي الْمُغْتَسِلُ بِهِ سُنَّةَ الْغُسْلِ. And the one who is bathing intends the sunnah of ghusl by this wudu. إن تجردت جنابته عن الحدث الأصغر. That's if he is junub without a small impurity. If he is junub without a small impurity, meaning, for example, he had wudu, then he slept sitting up with his rump firmly planted, and then he had a wet dream, so he woke up without breaking his wudu but needing to do a ghusl. So his janaba is devoid of small impurity. Still then sunnah for him to make wudu for this ghusl, but his intention will not be lifting the small impurity. His intention will be the sunnah of ghusl. وَإِلَّا نَوَى بِهِ الْأَصْغَرِ. Or else, if he does have a small impurity, he does make the intention of lifting the small impurity. قال المؤلف رحمه الله وإمرار اليد على الجسد, and passing the hand over the body. الشرح الثالثة من سنن الغسل إمرار اليد على الجسد. The explanation is that the third sunnah of ghusl is passing the hand over the body, وَلَوْ بِوَاسِطَةِ خِرْقَةٍ, even by way of a rag. فَيَد, I'm not sure which vowel goes on this lam here. يَدْلُك, فَيَدْلُكُ, I'm not sure. يَدْلَكُ, I think it's a dhamma, I'm not sure. ما وصلت إليه يده. So he wipes whatever his hand can reach من بدنه, of his body. خروجا من الخلاف, to avoid the difference in opinion. لأن الإمام مالكا قال بفرضية الدلك, because Imam Malik took the position that wiping is obligatory. هذا مشهور مذهب المالكية. This is the famous position of the Maliki school. وعند بعضهم ليس واجبا لعينه. And according to some Malikis, the wiping is not obligatory for itself, not for the sake of wiping itself. بل المقصود إيصال الماء. Rather, the wiping is obligatory according to them to make the water reach. فإن حصل بدونه سقط وجوبه. And if water reaches without wiping, then the obligation is dropped. So that's Maliki school. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy on him, said, والموالاة, succession. الشرح الرابعة الموالاة. The explanation is that the fourth is succession. وهي أن يغسل العضو قبل أن يجف الذي قبله. That is to wash an organ before the prior organ dries. Then he didn't say more, but he talked about the details of that for wudu. قال المؤلف رحمه الله وتقديم اليمنى على اليسرى. The author, may Allah have mercy on him, said, and the precedence of the right over the left. Yes. Advancing the right ahead of the left. الشرح, the explanation. الخامسة من سنن الغسل تقديم غسل الجهة اليمنى على الجهة اليسرى. The fifth sunnah of ghusl is advancing the right side ahead of the left side, min jasadihi, of his body, ظهرا وبطنا, back and forth. So right, back, right, right front, right back, left front, left back. من اليدين والرجلين والشقين, of the hands and the feet and the half. وذلك بأن يغسل رأسه, this is by one washing his head, ثم شقه الأيمن, then his right side, المقدم ثم المؤخر, the front then the back, ثم المقدم ثم مقدم الشق الأيسر ثم المؤخر, then the front of the left side and then the back of the left side. That's for one washing himself. Inshallah, we'll see the sunnah of washing the dead. ومن سنن الغسل التثليث, and amongst the sunnahs of ghusl is tripling. واستصحاب النية إلى آخر الغسل, and holding the intention until the end of the ghusl. والبدء بأعضاء الوضوء, and starting with the wudu organs. ثم الرأس, and then the head. ثم شقه الأيمن, ثم شقه الأيمن, ثم الأيسر, then the right side, then the left side. تقليل الماء, then also using a little bit of water. So let's count these. Numbers help you to remember. So Abu Shuja gave us 5. The explainer adds. So he says, amongst the sunan of ghusl is tripling and holding the intention until the end of the ghusl, and starting with the wudu organs, and then the head, and then the right side, and then the left. وتقليل الماء, and using a little bit of water. ويسن للمرأة غير المحرمة والمحدة أن تتبع الحيض أن تتبع لحيض أو نفاس أثر الدم مسكا. And it is sunnah, this is for the women in particular, for a woman who is not a pilgrim nor observing the restrictions of a widow, to follow menses or postpartum blood with musk. فَتَجْعَلَهُ فِي قُطْنَةٍ, so she puts the musk on some cotton. وَتُدْخِلَهَا فَرْجَهَا بَعْدَ غَسْلِهَا, and she inserts it into her vagina after washing it. So it says musk here, you're going to do something safe. لما ورد في الصحيحين, because of what came in the 2 authentic books. من حديث عائشة رضي الله عنها, from the hadith of Aisha, أن امرأة سألت رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم عن الغسل من الحيض, that a woman asked the messenger of Allah صلى الله عليه وسلم about bathing from menses. فقال خذي فرصة من مسك وتطهري به. He said, take a cloth of musk and purify yourself with it. وفسرت عائشة لها ذلك, and Aisha explained that for her. بقولها تتبعي أثر الدم. Her explanation to that woman was to say to her, follow up the trace of blood. So that's how she said it. That's my attempt to translate what she said. And the Sheikh said it means that she will insert that. Okay, so that's 5 more then. So inshallah, by remembering that number, I will be able to remember the actual cases if this comes on a question, on a test question, or as a test question. ومن مكروهات الغسل كراهة تنزيه الإسراف. MashaAllah. ومن مكروهات الغسل كراهة تنزيه الإسراف في الماء. And amongst the disliked things of ghusl, uh, without reaching prohibition level, is wasting water or extravagance in water, being excessive in water. وَيَحْرُمُ عِنْدَ بَعْضِهِمْ, and that's forbidden according to some. كان الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم يغتسل في أكثر الأوقات بصاع. Most of the time, the messenger would perform a bath with a saw, which is basically a pitcher of water and not a big pitcher. It's like a thermos of water, maybe a big thermos. Yani, because a saw is 4 muds. A mud is 2 hands cupped together. So 2 hands cupped together, 2 hands cupped together, 2 hands cupped together, 2 hands cupped together. That's not a pitcher even. It might be a cup even. Subhanallah. Yeah. I'm going to do it today. All these years I never did it myself. See how much I come up to. So, ويحرم عند بعضهم, yes. وقد اغتسل في بعض الأحيان بأكثر من ذلك, and sometimes he would bathe with more than that. للدلالة على أن الاقتصار على الصاع ليس واجبا. To prove that bathing with merely a saw is not obligatory. فقد روى أنس أنه توضأ بمكوك واغتسل بخمسة مكاكيك. Anas narrated that the Prophet ﷺ performed a wudu with a makuk and that he bathed with 5 makuks. A makuk is a saw and a half. 1 makuk is a saw and a half. So 5 makuks, 5 saw. So the wudu is for the saw. A saw and a half for wudu. So he would bathe with 1 saw. He made wudu with more than a saw. And he would make uh he did make ghusl with 5 makakik. Subhanallah. Okay. So we reach the sunnah ghusls here. The author says, may Allah have mercy upon him, فصل في الاغتسالات المسنونة. Section, recommended ghusls. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, والاغتسالات المسنونة 17 غسلا. There are 17 recommended ghusls. الشرح الاغتسالات المسنونة على حسب ما ذكر المؤلف 17 غسلا. The explanation is that the recommended ghusls according to the author's count are 17. وهي ليست منحصرة في ذلك, and they are not limited to that. قال المؤلف رحمه الله غسل الجمعة. The author, may Allah have mercy on him, said the ghusl of the Friday prayer. الشرح, the explanation, يسن غسل الجمعة لمن يقصد حضورها. Recommended for Bismillah, the Friday bath is recommended for anyone who intended to attend. سواء كان ممن فرضت عليه أم لا, whether that were for someone upon whom it was obligatory or not. وذلك لما رواه الشيخان, and that's because of, yani, here means the proof, what the 2 sheikhs narrated. وَاللَّفْظُ لِلْبُخَارِي, and the wording documented here is al-Bukhari's rendition. أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم قال, that the Messenger of Allah صلى الله عليه وسلم said, إذا جاء أحدكم الجمعة فليغتسل. If one of you goes to Jumu'ah, then let him bathe. وهو آكد الاغتسالات المسنونة. And this is the most emphatic of the recommended baths. لأنه ورد في الحديث تأكيدا ورد في الحديث تأكيد بالغ عليه. Because an emphatic emphasis an emphatic emphasis was narrated about it. حتى قال بعض الأئمة بوجوبه. Even some imams said that it is obligatory. فمن تركه بلا عذر كرهت صلاته. Anyone who left it out without an excuse, then his prayer is disliked. ومن عجز عنه سن له التيمم. And anyone unable to do it, then tayammum is recommended for him. So right there, tayammum is sometimes also for a recommendation. وَوَقْتُهُ مِنَ الْفَجْرِ الصَّادِقِ. Its time is from the true dawn. وَمَنْ كَانَ جُنُبًا فِي الْيَوْمِ الْجُمُعَةِ يَنْوِي الْاغْتِسَالَ لِرَفْعِ الْجَنَابَةِ وَلِسُنَّةِ الْجُمُعَةِ. And anyone who was junub on Friday intends the bath for lifting the sexual impurity as well as for the prophetic recommendation of Friday. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وَالْعِيدَيْن, and the two Eids. يسن أيضا غسل العيدين الفطر والأضحى لكل أحد. The explanation is that it is also recommended to do the bath of the two Eids, the Eid of breakfast and the Eid of the sacrifice, for everyone. وَإِن لَمْ يَحْضُرِ الصَّلَاةِ, even if he did not attend the prayer, because now the bath is for the holiday, not for the prayer itself. وَيَدْخُلُ وَقْتُ غُسْلِهِمَا بِنِصْفِ اللَّيْلِ. And the time of the ghusl for both of those Eids is at midnight. Why midnight? Because the prayer of Eid is earlier. It's in the morning. So you might need more time. So the time for the ghusl starts earlier, midnight. The time of Jumu'ah is in the noon. So the time for the ghusl starts at dawn. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy on him, said, والاستسقاء, and for seeking the rain prayer, الشرح, the istisqa prayer. The explanation, يسن الغسل لصلاة الاستسقاء. The bath for the rain prayer is recommended. وهي الصلاة التي تصلى لطلب سقيا. That is the prayer that is prayed for seeking the watering من الله تعالى, from God. عند انقطاع المطر أو قلته, when the rain stops or is scarce. وذلك عند إرادة الصلاة. That is when wanting to pray. يغتسلون ويخرجون للصلاة, meaning they bathe and then they go to the prayer. قال المؤلف رحمه الله والخسوف والكسوف. The author, may Allah have mercy on him, said, and the lunar and solar eclipse. الشرح يسن الاغتسال لخسوف القمر وكسوف الشمس قبل الصلاة. The explanation is that it is recommended to bathe for the lunar eclipse and the solar eclipse before the prayer. قال المؤلف رحمه الله. The author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, والغسل من غسل الميت. And I also remember it as من غسل الميت. And the ghusl for the bath of the dead, or for washing the dead. The ghusl for whoever washed the dead. Yani, the ghusl for washing the dead. It's going to be someone other than the dead person here. الشرح يسن الاغتسال لمن غسل الميت. The explanation is that it is recommended for someone who bathed a dead person to bathe. سواء أكان الميت مسلما أم لا, whether the dead one were a Muslim or not. على القول الجديد, according to the new saying. فقد روى الترمذي وغيره وحسنه من حديث أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه. There was the hadith narrated by At-Tirmidhi and others. And At-Tirmidhi deemed it a fair report. من حديث أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه, from the hadith of Abu Hurairah, may Allah accept from him. من غسل ميتا من غسل ميتا فليغتسل. Whoever washed or bathed a corpse, then let him bathe. لكن قال الإمام أحمد إنه موقوف على أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه. However, Imam Ahmad said this is a companion's report, not a prophetic report. It stops at Abu Hurairah. ولذلك لم يقل بوجوبه, and that's why Ahmad didn't say it's obligatory, because it's a companion's report according to Ahmad. وقال الشافعي لو صح الحديث لقلت بوجوبه. الشافعي said, if this hadith were authentic as a prophetic hadith, then I would have deemed it obligatory. قال المؤلف رحمه الله والكافر إذا أسلم. The author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, and of the blasphemer if he embraced Islam. الشرح يسن أن يغتسل الكافر إذا أسلم. The explanation is that it is recommended for the blasphemer to bathe when he embraces Islam. والصواب أن محله بعد إسلامه لا قبله لتصح النية. And what's correct is that the time of this bath is after his embracing Islam, not before, so that his intention would be valid. ولا يجوز أن يقال للكافر اذهب واغتسل ثم تعال لألقنك الإسلام. And it is not permissible to say to a kafir, go and bathe and then come so that I can prompt you with how to embrace Islam. لأن هذا التأخير فيه إشارة له بالبقاء على كفره, because this delay signals to him to remain on his blasphemy. على كفره هذه البرهة, just for this time. وذلك كفر, and that's blasphemy. That's enough to be blasphemy. وإنما يندب إذا لم يكن عليه غسل في حال كفره. And this would only be recommended if he did not have a ghusl because of something that happened to him while he was a blasphemer. أما إذا أجنب الكافر في حال كفره, as for when the blasphemer becomes junub, وجب الغسل عليه بعد إسلامه, then the ghusl will be obligatory on him after he embraces Islam, not because he embraced Islam, but because of whatever happened to him, like ejaculating or sexual intercourse. I think we're going to go over just a few minutes, inshallah. Best to finish this now. اللهم يسر ولا تعسر آمين. قال المؤلف رحمه الله والمجنون والمغمى عليه إذا أفاقا, and of the insane and the unconscious, meaning the comatose one, if they gained consciousness, yani someone comatose. When they gain consciousness, الشرح يسن الغسل للمجنون. The explanation is that a ghusl for the insane person is recommended. وَإِن تَقَطَّعَ جُنُونُهُ, even if it's a temporary insanity, comes and goes. وَلِلْمُغْمَى عَلَيْهِ وَلَوْ لَحْظَةً بَعْدَ الْإِفَاقَةِ. And for someone who was comatose, yani fainted or was in a coma, even for a moment, that ghusl is recommended after he wakes up. هذا إن لم يحصل منهما ما يوجب الغسل. This is if there did not happen to either one of them something that mandates a ghusl, يقينا, for sure, قبل الإفاقة, before they woke up. أما إذا حصل منهما موجب للغسل. As for when something that makes a ghusl obligatory happens to them, في حال الجنون, while insane, والإغماء, or comatose, فالغسل واجب. The ghusl will be obligatory, of course, when he wakes up. قال الشافعي, and before he prays, قال الشافعي قلما جن إنسان إلا وأنزل. انتهى. Ash-Shafi'i said, rarely would a person go insane without ejaculating. End quote. وَلِذَلِكَ سُنَّ اغْتِسَالُهُمَا احْتِياطًا. لذلك, for this reason, their bath, the bath of those two, is recommended for precaution. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وَالْغُسْلُ عِنْدَ الْإِحْرَامِ. And the ghusl upon ihram. So all this here, making the intention of ihram, you can remove that. And the ghusl upon ihram. Yani, yes. الشرح يسن للحاج والمعتمر الغسل قبل الإحرام. The explanation is that it is recommended for the pilgrim for Hajj or Umrah to bathe before the intention of ihram, before sanctifying himself for the worships. قال المؤلف رحمه الله ولدخول مكة. The author, may Allah have mercy on him, said, and for entering Mecca. الشرح يسن الغسل لدخول مكة المشرفة للاتباع, is that it is recommended to bathe for entering the noble Mecca, out of following the Prophet's, out of fellowship of the Prophet alayhi salatu wassalam, rawahu shaykhan, the fellowship that was narrated by the two sheikhs. ولو دخلها بغير إحرام, even if he entered Mecca without sanctifying himself for Hajj, like he wants to go for business, for example, then still sunnah to do a ghusl just to enter the city. قال المؤلف رحمه الله وللوقوف بعرفة, and the author said, and for standing at Arafah, may Allah have mercy on him. الشرح يسن أن يغتسل للوقوف بعرفة. The explanation is that it is recommended for him to bathe for standing at Arafah. ويدخل وقته بالفجر, and its time starts at dawn. When does Arafah start? Arafah starts at Dhuhr time, meaning when the sun declines out of its zenith, like Dhuhr, on the 9th of Dhul Hijjah, and extends into the 10th, all the way until Fajr. So at Fajr, at dawn, before you do wukuf, make a ghusl and then go to do wukuf at Arafah. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy on him, said, وَلِلْمَبِيتِ بِمُزْدَلِفَةٍ, and for spending the night at Muzdalifah. الشرح يسن الاغتسال للمبيت بمزدلفة. The explanation is that it is recommended to bath for spending the night at Muzdalifah. وهي أرض بين عرفات ومنى. That's a land between Arafat and Mina. ووقته بعد الصبح يوم النحر. Its time is after the dawn of slaughtering day. Slaughtering day is the day of Eid, because you have 7th, the 8th, the 9th, the 10th, the 11th, the 12th, and the 13th, the 7 days. So the Eid is the 10th. That's slaughtering day. 3 days after that, 11th, 12th, and 13th, those are the days for drying the meat in the sun, days of Tashriq. Before that, you have the 9th, the 8th, and the 7th. All those days have names. So, all those days have names. The 10th is slaughtering day, Yawmun Nahr, which is also Eid day. So, وَوَقْتُهُ بَعْدَ الصُّبْحِ يَوْمِ النَّحْرِ. Its time, the time for the bath of Muzdalifah, is after the dawn of slaughtering day. So I wouldn't be surprised if that comes on the test, because I would think that many will forget this. وهذا الغسل اختلف فيه الشافعية والراجح عدم سنه. This bath the scholars differed about, and what is preponderant is that it is not sunnah. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy on him, said, وَلِرَمْيِ الْجِمَارِ الثَّلَاثِ, and for throwing stones at the three stations. الشرح يسن الاغتسال لرمي الجمار الثلاث. The explanation is that it is recommended to bathe for throwing stones at the three stations. في كل يوم من أيام التشريق, during each one of the days of drying the meat in the sun, those 3 days after the Eid. أما جمرة العقبة هي ترمى صباح العيد. As for the Aqaba station that is stoned, it is stoned, pelted during the dawn of the Eid, the morning of the Eid. فلا يسن الغسل لرميها لأنه اغتسل للعيد. It won't be sunnah to do a bath for throwing stones at Jamratul Aqaba, because he will have done a bath for the Eid. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy on him, said, وَلِلطَّوَافِ, and for tawaf. الشرح يسن الغسل للطواف قبله. The explanation is that it is recommended to bathe for the tawaf, before it. وذلك شامل لطواف الفرض وغيره. This is inclusive of the obligatory tawaf and another. Which ones do you have? Obligatory tawaf. You have arrival tawaf. You have farewell tawaf. And you have a sunnah tawaf for someone who's not a pilgrim, for example. And you have a vowed tawaf, if someone made a vow to do tawaf. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy on him, said, وَلِدُخُولِ مَدِينَةِ رَسُولِ اللَّهِ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَسَلَّمَ. This author, this explainer, his copy that he's explaining does not have what's in this copy here. For sa'i, we have a footnote, walking vigorously between the mounts of As-Safa and Al-Marwa. Okay. Yeah. So, yes, the sa'i is missing from some copies, like here. And if you count sa'i, then comes up to 18. When I was reviewing the text, memorizing this text, and doing the 17 recommended ghusls, reviewing it in memory, and I would count them with my finger, and I was coming up to 18. I was saying, what am I counting wrong? Because I forgot that one of them is missing in some copies. He says, وَلِدُخُولِ مَدِينَةِ رَسُولِ اللَّهِ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَسَلَّمَ, and for entering the city of the Messenger of Allah صلى الله عليه وسلم. الشرح, the explanation, يسن الغسل لدخول مدينة رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. A bath is recommended for entering the city of the Messenger of Allah صلى الله عليه وسلم. وفي كل الأغسال السابقة يتيمم عند العجز عن الاغتسال. And for every one of these prior baths, one makes tayammum when unable to bathe. ومما لم يذكره المؤلف من الاغتسالات المسنونة الغسل عند تغير رائحة الجسد. And amongst what the author did not mention, amongst the recommended ghusls, is bathing when the body odor changes. That's one. وَلِنَتْفِ الْإِبْطِ, and for plucking the armpit hair. That's two. وَلِلْإِعْتِكَافِ, and for lingering in the masjid with an intention. I'tikaf, that's three. وَلِكُلِّ لَيْلَةٍ مِّن رَمَضَانٍ لِمَنْ يُرِيدُ حُضُورَ الْجَمَاعَةِ. And every night of Ramadan for whoever wants to attend the congregational prayers. وَيُسَنُّ الْغُسْلُ لِمَنْ أَرَادَ الْوُقُوفَ بِالْمَشْعَرِ الْحَرَامِ. And a bath is also recommended for whoever wants to stand at Al-Mash'ar al-Haram. وَهُوَ مَكَانٌ فِي مُزْدَلِفَةٍ. That's a place in Muzdalifah. What? So that's 5. وَيُسَنُّ لِحُضُورِ مُجْتَمَعِ خَيْرٍ. And a bath is recommended for any gathering of goodness. That's 6. فصل في المسح على الخفين. The author, may Allah tabaraka wa ta'ala have mercy upon him, said, section about wiping the khuffs. المسح على الخفين جائز عند أهل السنة بلا خلاف. Wiping upon the khuffs is permissible according to the people of the prophetic way, without any difference, without any dissension. وقد تواتر حديثه. The hadiths about it are successive mass narration. فقد رواه 70 من الصحابة. 70 companions have narrated this. من جملتهم علي رضي الله عنه. Amongst them was Ali. When we say 70 companions narrated this, it means what verifies Khuffs, not a particular statement, one particular statement that they are all saying. ومع ذلك لا نكفر منكره لأنه ليس معلوما من الدين بالضرورة. Despite that, we will not deem its denier a disbeliever because it is not known in the religion by necessity. Very interesting. Sheikh saying here is, as famous as it seems that the Khuffs are to someone like myself, that it's not ma'lumun min ad-dini bil-darura. So then what is going to be? If it is a case of consensus and not known in the religion by necessity, what do you call that? You call that khafi. Khafi. Khafi means obscure, hidden. So that's like the basin. If someone denies the basin, we don't deem him as a kafir, although it's definitely correct. It's a matter of consensus. But it's not known in the religion by necessity, so we won't deem him as a kafir. Also, shaking a marriageable woman's hand without a barrier, without desire, not known in the religion by necessity to be prohibited. So who legalizes that is not deemed as a kafir. قال بعض العلماء من أهل السنة. Some of the scholars of the people of the prophetic way said, دليل المسح على الخفين من الكتاب دليل المسح على الخفين من الكتاب قراءة وأرجلكم. Some of the scholars of the people of the prophetic way said that the evidence for wiping the Khuffs from the book is the recitation that has a kasra. When you say wa arjulikum on the lamb, as opposed to wa arjulakum with the fatha on the lamb. Okay, so yani, the Sheikh didn't go further here. So this leaves an explainer to explain, an explainer of the explanation to explain. Yani someone who has enough information that the Sheikh doesn't have to elaborate more. What is he saying? He's saying, the ayah of al-wudu. إِذَا قُمْتُمْ إِلَى الصَّلَاةِ فَاغْسِلُوا وُجُوهَكُمْ. If you stood to pray, if you wanted to pray, if you were to commence the prayer, qiyam here means engaging. If you are engaging in prayer and you don't have purification, then فَاغْسِلُوا وُجُوهَكُمْ. Wash your faces. وَأَيْدِيَكُمْ إِلَى الْمَرَافِقِ. And your hands to the elbows. including the elbows according to the Shafi'i school, is the meaning. وَامْسَحُوا بِرُؤُوسِكُمْ, wipe upon your heads. Wipe some of your heads according to the Shafi'i school is the meaning. B, the ba is for some. We covered that last time, according to Ash-Shafi'i. وَامْسَحُوا بِرُؤُوسِكُمْ, wipe some of your heads. And there's ba here. This ba is harf jar. B, it makes the word have a kasra. بِرُؤُوسِكُمْ وَامْسَحُوا, wipe. B, رُؤُوسِكُمْ, wipe on some of your heads with kasra بِرُؤُوسِكُمْ. Then وَأَرْجُلِكُمْ with a kasra. So it means wipe on your feet. So some of the scholars of the prophetic way said this recitation proves wiping upon the Khuffs. The recitation with the fatha proves washing the feet. وَامْسَحُوا بِرُؤُوسِكُمْ, wipe your heads, wipe on your heads, wipe some of your heads. وَأَرْجُلَكُمْ, and your feet, wash them. But this recitation, وَأَرْجُلِكُمْ, and your feet, yani wipe them, meaning the Khuffs. إِلَى الْكَعْبَيْن, up to the ankles. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, والمسح على الخفين جائز بثلاثة شرائط. Wiping on the khuffs is permissible under three conditions, or with B, ثلاثة شرائط, with three conditions. الشرح المسح على الخفين جائز في الوضوء. The explanation is that wiping on the khuffs is permissible in wudu, بدلا عن غسل الرجلين, instead of washing the feet. So not in other than wudu, not for ghusl, not for removing najasa. بثلاثة شرائط, under three conditions, على حسب ما ذكر المؤلف, according to what the author mentioned. Abu Shuja رحمه الله تعالى. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, أن يبتدئ لبسهما بعد كمال الطهارة. To start wearing them after the completion of purification. الشرح, the explanation. الشرط الأول أن يلبسهما على طهارة كاملة من الحدثين. The first condition is to wear both of them after a complete purification. A purification from both states of impurity, major and minor. فلو غسل رجلا ثم لبس خفها ثم غسل الأخرى ولبس خفها لم يجوز المسح. So if one were to wash a foot and then put on its khuff, and then wash the other and then put on that one's khuff, wiping would not be permissible. لأنه لم يدخل الأولى بعد طهارة كاملة, because he did not insert the first foot after complete purification. The first foot. So what does that mean? If you are in tune with the fiqh, then you know that means he did put the second foot after complete purification though, so the one that has the issue is only the first foot. So the way to solve that problem is to take off that first khuf and put it back on. And now both feet are inserted after complete purification. Yani, I mean, if your mind is in tune with the fiqh, and if you never even heard this right here before, but your mind is in tune, you got used to how fiqh is, then you'll catch why he said that. Because he did not insert the first foot after complete purification. وكذلك لو ابتدأ اللبس وهو متطهر ثم أحدث قبل أن تصل الرجل إلى قدم الخف. And likewise, had he started wearing the khuf while pure. Yani he was putting it on while pure, but then an impurity took place before he could get his foot into the foot of the Khuff. Qadam al-Khuff, the foot of the Khuff, because the Khuff is made of two parts, a foot and uh, a shin, a foot and a shin. So I think that's clear for you. The foot is the part where your feet are going inside with your toes and your heels. And the shin is what's over that goes up and covers the ankles. If he got into impurity before his foot was into the foot of the khuf, lam yajuz al-masah, then the wiping is not permissible. قال المؤلف رحمه الله. So all that standard that's known to you, check that off. The author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وأن يكون ساترين لمحل غسل الفرض من القدمين, that they would cover of the foot the amount of the obligation. الشرح, the explanation, الشرط الثاني أن يستر الخف جميع محل الغسل من الرجلين. It's for the khuf to cover all of the place of washing, the mahal, the place of washing of the 2 feet. The place of washing the 2 feet. The amount of the 2 feet that originally are washed. أي القدم مع الكعبين, meaning the foot with the ankles. The qadam, the foot with the 2 ankles. So benefit for you. Here you have the word in Arabic yad. Usually we say hand, can mean arm also. Arm. But there's another word which is kaf, and that's the hand from the wrist down. And you have a word in Arabic which is rijl. Rijl, that's could mean foot, but it could mean leg also. And then you have the qadam. The qadam is the foot from the ankle down. فلو قصر عن محل الفرض لم يجز المسح عليه. So if it were less than the amount of the obligation, the place of the obligation, if it were less than the place of the obligation, the foot gear, that is. If the khuf were less than the place of the obligation, such as what they would call low top shoes, low top sneakers, for example, لا يصح بلا خلاف, then this is not valid without difference. بلا خلاف. So according to that means there's no school that says you can just wipe on your tennis shoes or your loafers or something that's below your ankles. Merely below your ankles. Or what do ladies have? They call them flats, I think. وإذا كان فيه خرق ولو صغيرا لا يصح المسح. And if it has a fissure, that means a tear, yani it's open. Not a scratch, not talking about a scratch, not talking about a graze. It is torn so that there is actually an opening, a fissure, a crack in your khuffs, even a small one, then the wiping is not valid. أما إذا كان مفتوحا وشد بشرج أي شريط فيصح. As for though if it were open, yani open from the shin part of the khuf is open, and then it was fastened, tightened with tape. Took tape and tightened your foot gear around your leg, around your shin. That's valid. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وأن يكون مما يمكن تتابع المشي عليهما, and that they would be Uh, among what is uh, let's say, among what accommodates continuous walking upon them, and that they would be among what accommodates continuous walking upon them, accommodates, enables continuous walking upon them. الشرح, the explanation, يشترط أن يكون الخف قويا. It is a condition that the khuf would be strong. بحيث يمكن متابعة المشي عليه بقدر ما يحتاج إليه المسافر في حوائجه عند الحط والترحال, such that it would be possible to continuously walk upon them as much as a traveler needs for his errands when dismounting and going back and forth. And when we talk about the traveler dismounting and going back and forth, consider such things as pebbles and twigs. Can you walk on those? Because some people, they found some socks that are water resistant and tough also, yani durable, but not something that enables continuous walking. Why? Because they lack a sole on the bottom. So that makes a difference, because if you don't have sole on the bottom, if you don't have padding on the bottom, how are you going to walk through some place like a traveler is stepping over twigs and things like this and pebbles? The meaning of what I'm saying is, if you cannot walk in it like a traveler can continuously, then it's not valid. وأقل حد المتابعة على التقريب لا على التحديد مسافة القصر. And the minimum limit of succession, approximately, not exactly, is a shortening distance. So, shortening distance is considerable if you've ever tried to walk one. Famous saying of shortening distance is 2 days. Famous saying. Famous means most widespread. In Shafi'i school, at least. I don't know what the other schools say. There's a footnote here. Footnote 193. هذا ما اعتمده الشيخ أبو محمد الجويني في التبصرة. This is what Sheikh Abu Muhammad al-Juwayni relied upon. He took this saying, the distance of al-qasr, shortening distance, the distance that allows you to shorten your fourfold prayers. وكذا الإسنوي في المهمات. Also al-Isnawi, he relied on this saying in al-Muhimmat. وضبطها المحاملي بثلاث ليال فصاعدا. According to al-Mahamili, he measured it precisely, according to him, to be 3 nights or more walking distance. واعتمد آخرون أن المعتبر التردد فيه لحوائج سفر يوم وليلة للمقيم ونحوه، وسفر 3 أيام ولياليهن للمسافر سفر قصر، لأنه بعد انقضاء المدة يجب نزعه، فقوته تعتبر بأن يمكن التردد فيه لذلك. انظر الإقناع. Okay. So we just saw what Abu Muhammad al-Juwayni said. You should be able to walk shortening distance. And al-Isnawi said so too. And al-Mahamili said 3 nights. And others said that what's regarded is for someone to be able to go back and forth for the needs of travel for a day and a night if he were a resident. Now, pay attention to this case here. Yani, this is what you can say to a person. This one, you can give this one. If you want, share this one, this saying. How much you need to be able to walk in your khuffs? Okay, well, a resident wipes for a day and a night, and a traveler can wipe for 3 days and 3 nights. Now, based on this, we are saying it should be tough enough to walk around in it like a traveler who dismounts and goes back and forth. Now, a resident can only wipe for a day and a night. So, how tough it needs to be for a resident? Tough enough that a traveler could dismount and go back and forth for a day and a night. How much a traveler can wipe for 3 days and 3 nights? So, how tough his khuff has to be? Tough enough that he can walk around in it. That he can dismount and go back and forth like a traveler for 3 days and 3 nights. So don't mix that up there. The resident, his khuff needs to be tough enough for a traveler to dismount and go back and forth for a day and a night. The traveler, his khuff needs to be tough enough that he can dismount and go back and forth like a traveler for 3 days and 3 nights. Because after the time is over, it would be obligatory to remove the khuff. So we don't have to regard, so the strength of the khuff doesn't have to be regarded for more than that. After the time runs out, it would be obligatory to remove the khuff. So the strength of the khuff, it doesn't have to be regarded for more than the time it's needed. Feel free to ask if you want. I would expect that to come on a test. ولا فرق بين أن يكون من جلد أو شعر أو لبد. And there's no difference between the khuff being made of leather or hair or felt. Felt, yani is compressed. أما ما لا يمكن تتابع المشي عليه فلا يجزئ المسح عليه. As for what does not enable continual walking upon it or in it, then it's not sufficient to wipe it. كالغليظ المتخذ من خشب, like something thick made of wood. الذي لا يمكن المشي فيه مشيا متتابعا, like some footgear made of wood that does not enable continual walking. So it means just being able to walk a little bit's not enough. Oh, كالضعيف, or like something weak, كجورب, like a sock. متخذ من جلد ضعيف, a sock made of weak leather. So be careful of that, because maybe a lot of those are made of weak leather. A lot of those on the market perhaps are made of weak leather. A lot of those on the market are made of weak leather, if that's leather, and also are not very durable. They will tear soon. So they're making them from bamboo. MashaAllah. أما ما لا يمكن تتابع المشي عليه فلا يجزئ المسح عليه. I read that there. بخلاف القوي, as opposed to a sock made of strong leather. الذي يمكن متابعة المشي عليه. A sock made of strong leather that enables continual walking. في التردد لحاجات المسافر. Walking by going back and forth, running or doing the errands of a traveler. المانع لنفوذ الماء. And this strong leather prevents the penetration of water. An important detail to be sure about. Penetration of water. Your khuff preventing the penetration of water here means if the water is poured upon it. If the water is poured upon it for a short time. If the water is poured upon it for a short time. That's what's meant here. So it does not mean waterproof, means water resistant. The khuf needs to be water resistant. When we say pour upon it, that means we're not saying immersing it in water. That's different. That would be valid. A sock made of strong leather that enables the described walking and is water resistant. But keep in mind, when we say enable strong walking, consider the sole. Don't think just merely it's strong leather. It's durable leather. It's sewn well. It's not going to rip apart easily. Not just that, you need to be able to go back and forth like a traveler. So it means most likely you need some padding there or underneath, some amount of sole so that you can walk. Yani, so you can walk over the ground. The entire thing. What I'm talking about right now is the bottom, meaning the hoof needs to be durable. You said they make them with elastic on the sides. That's fine. I'm talking about here being able to walk. Right now, we're talking about being able to walk in them consistently. Here is the metin here. وأن يكون مما يمكن تتابع المشي عليهما, and that they would be among what accommodates continuous walking upon them, or continuous walking upon them. So when we talk about that you can continually walk in them, what do you want to pay attention to? You want to pay attention to, one, its durability, that it doesn't fall apart in the first place. From the seams, for example, the seams don't start busting open. That's one thing. But also another thing that Sheikh Samir brought to our attention when some people asked him some questions, that it it might need a sole or some amount of a sole, because you need to be able to keep walking. So if the bottom is not sturdy enough, how are you going to walk over pebbles and twigs, for example? So if they have a patch of elastic on the side instead of a zipper, yeah, that's fine. As long as also what? Water resistant. Is it water resistant? If so, then that's not a problem. And the water resistance is not regarded at the uh, lacing site, where the holes for lacing. Now you're asking me about the elastic. Here the elastic is taking the place of the lacing. I have not heard the judgment of what if it doesn't have holes for strings, but it has elastic And we know that the water resistance is not considered at the spot of the holes for the strings. Is it the same for the elastic spot? I don't know. I haven't heard. But yani, that alone is not going to invalidate the khuf. You could have a valid khuf that has that elasticity. Hmm. Okay. If that's not water resistant though, then don't. Yani, check it. Check what's there. I don't know if it's the same or not. He says, ويشترط عند مالك أن يكون مجلدا أسفله وأعلاه. And it's a condition according to Malik that the khuf would be leathered above and below. Can I talk more about the lace spot? Not really. I mean, what I said is as much as I know. But if you have a specific question, then maybe you can pull something out of me. I'm not sure. More to say than that. The spot where the laces go is not counted for the water resistance. That means because you can see that the water could leak in from there. That spot is not does having some spot where you put laces and then water could creep in from there. This does not make the hoofs invalid. That's about as much as I have there. But the tongue of the shoe, does it have to be under where the laces are? Doesn't even have to have a tongue. The conditions for the khuf are known, which is what's in the metzin here. To start wearing them after complete purification. Okay. That they would cover of the foot the amount of the obligation. So you look and see, does it do that? So if so, check. That they would be among what accommodates continuous walking in them. So if it has that, then check. Let's verify. You said like it's straight or straight to the sock or for okay. Okay, you said okay. So you got your answer. And you know the khuf doesn't have to be closed. Could be open. It's still going to be valid. When we say it's water resistant, that doesn't mean it has to be sealed so that water can't get in it. And that if it's opened, then water could get in it and therefore it's not valid. No, that's not the case. It doesn't have to be sealed to be valid. What does it mean that it doesn't have to be sealed? Yeah, because Yani, I think you can only seal it from the top. I never saw a shoe that you seal it from the bottom. Yani, when I say it needs to be sealed, I'm not talking about the lack of tears. I'm talking about a shoe, a boot, for example. A person has a boot on and it's not tied, it's open. You can still wipe on this. Maybe a person has those rain boots, those rubber rain boots. These are usually open, aren't they? I think so. But those, yes, go ahead. Tied meaning into the foot. I'm talking about tying a shoe. So I thought you mean not sealed at the ankle part. Yeah. Yani, it's open. It's not sealed. It's not closed. Closed like if you put on boots and you tie them tight, then those are sealed now. Or you had on some boots, for example, and you took some duct tape and then you wrapped the duct tape around them and closed them on your leg. Now it's sealed. That's what I mean. Tied, closed. That's not a condition. If it's open, then you can still wipe on it. But your foot needs to be inside the foot of the khuf. Not talking about so open and your heel is coming out and it's flipping on your foot like flip flops. If your foot comes out of the foot of the khuf has two parts, a foot and a shin. If your foot comes out of the foot of the khuf, then you can't wipe on it anymore. It's like you took it off. Is this clear? المانع لنفوذ الماء, and it blocks, yani it is water resistant. Yeah, go ahead. What's follow up, please? Tell me what's not clear for you. You can take the mic if you want.
Okay, good, because I'm driving. So if I have a boot that's laced up, but the material is made of something that normally when I poured water on it, it wouldn't soak through the material. But if I didn't lace the boot up, so basically I can see my sock, then
Mm-hmm.
I could use that as a cuff.
Yes.
Oh,
The
okay.
meaning is
So
it's
just
open. It's not sealed.
okay.
It's not a
Because
condition to be sealed.
when you first said not sealed, I thought you were talking about like it contacting like the shin part above the ankle, but you're talking about even like on the top part of the foot.
Uh,
So if I'm wearing some Timberlands and they don't have laces in them, so I didn't sew them up, I didn't lace them up, for example, or I'm wearing them and my foot is staying in it in the sole of the foot, in the sole of the shoe. So it's a
well, it needs
material
to
that
be covered, though. The foot needs to be covered. Sounds like you're saying the foot is uncovered.
yeah, well, that because that's why I'm asking about the if it wasn't tied up. So the foot needs to be covered, but even if I don't tie it tight,
Yeah.
is what you're saying.
Yes. Yeah. If it's even if it's open. Yeah. Like doesn't maybe it doesn't tie at all. It's just open, and your foot is inside the foot part of the foot gear.
And covered.
Yeah, covered. Yani, the foot gear has two parts: a foot and a shin. So your foot is inside the foot of the khuf. And then there's a shin
Right,
for
but
the khuf too. So this shin part, it doesn't have to be sealed. That part.
okay, because that's what I was saying. Like if I had a pair of like Timberland boots or something, then those lace all the way down on the top part of your foot, like towards what's like opposite of where the ball of your foot is. So that part all needs to be laced up until I hit to the part of where my towards where it goes up to the ankle, where the foot curves up to the leg.
So I'm just going to avoid the word lace. I'm going to say the foot needs to be covered.
Okay, yeah, that's clearer by saying it like that. Because saying that it can be not sealed, but saying that it didn't, yeah, when it that's what threw me.
No,
So okay, sorry, thank you. About
no problem. So ويشترط عند مالك أن يكون مجلدا أسفله وأعلاه. And it's a condition according to Malik that the khuf would be leathered below and above. There's a footnote. قال في الدر الثمين. In the book الدر الثمين وكذا لا يمسح على الجورب. Likewise, one does not wipe upon a sock. This is Maliki school here. One does not wipe upon a sock. وهو ما كان على شكل الخوف. The sock is what has the shape of a khuf, but min katan, suf. But it's made of what's that? Linen or wool. غير ذلك or something else إلا أن يكون من فوقه ومن تحته جلد مخروز, unless it has above it and below it sewn leather. That's Maliki school. فقوته ما على ظاهر sorry. ففوقه ما على ظاهر القدم وتحته ما يلي الأرض لا ما يلي البشرة لا ما يلي بشرة الرجل. انتهى. And what's meant here, where this leather needs to be, he's saying on the outside, not the inside. This sock need the leather from above and below need to be on the outside, not the inside. The inside means if it were on the inside, that means the leather is against your foot on the inside. It needs to be on the outside so that the leather is against the ground and that the leather is on top. That's Maliki school. Intaha, end quote. No, not that they don't allow other than leather. We're saying here, the Malikis are saying you cannot wipe on a sock unless the sock were leathered. It's clear. Bismillah. Okay, so you notice here, Sheikh gave some, every now and then he's giving us some judgments from Maliki school, and maybe even from another school, but we have a number of things here he added from Maliki school for us, rahimahullah ta'ala. And so what are we saying here in the Shafi'i school? Let's just back up and make sure we have this case clear. So it's not valid to wipe on something weak like a sock. That's Shafi'i school. And we just took right here. And Maliki school. You cannot wipe on the sock in the Maliki school. But Shafi'i school is saying you can't wipe on a sock. Some sock that's made of weak leather, as opposed to strong leather, and you can walk in it. Okay. Just keep the issue of the sole in mind. So a sole or something like a sole has enough padding on the bottom that you can walk on continuously. Yani, don't regard the fact that you can't tear it easily as that's enough. It's water resistant. And I can pull on it, tug on it, and it just won't rip. It's so tough. Is this good enough for a khuff? Maybe not. Because when they asked Sheikh Samir about it, about something, which was basically a sock made of scuba gear, what do they use for scuba gear? Canvas? He said, you can't walk in it, doesn't have a sole. So why you can't walk in it doesn't have a sole means the pebbles are going to be up in the bottom of your feet, the sticks and the twigs. You're not going to be able to walk. Yep. All right. Neoprene. Is that some synthetic? Something synthetic? Okay, so yeah, for wetsuit gear. Okay, so the explainer goes on. He says, وَيُشْتَرَطُ أَيْضًا مِمَّا لَمْ يَذْكُرْهُ الْمُؤَلِّفِ, and also condition that the author didn't mention, أَنْ يَمْنَعَ نُفُوذَ الْمَاءِ, is that the footgear, the khuff, prevents the penetration of water. وَأَنْ يَكُونَ طَاهِرَيْنِ, so that's, the author mentioned three conditions. That's four, that it's water resistant. وَأَنْ يَكُونَ طَاهِرَيْنِ, and that they would both be pure. That's the fifth condition. فَإِنْ كَانَ مِنْ جِلْدِ مَيْتَةٍ لَمْ يُدْبَغْ لَمْ يَصِحْ, so if they were made of untanned leather, untanned hide, then it won't be valid. أما إن دبغ أو كان من جلد مأكول مذكا فيصح. As for if the skin were tanned, or the skin was made of a slaughtered animal's skin, then it's a valid footgear for wiping. It was tanned. Yes. Okay. The meaning here is, or the rule rather, is that when we say it was tanned, the khuf, we don't mean it's a condition that it was tanned before you put it on. It's possible to put on khuffs that are made of skin that's not tanned, so it's filthy, not just skin. But then to tan them while you are wearing them and then wipe them as khuffs. If you manage to achieve that, that's valid too. وَأَقَلُّ الْمَسِحِ. So here, the author, he did mention the water resistance, the explainer. He mentioned the water resistance. Where is that? ولا فرق بين أن يكون من جلد أو شعر أو لبد أما ما لا يمكن تتابع المشي عليه فلا يجزئ المسح عليه كالغليظ المتخذ من خشب الذي لا يمكن المشي فيه مشيا متتابعا أو كالضعيف كجورب متخذ من جلد ضعيف بخلاف القوي. Yeah, here. المانع لنفوذ الماء. He mentioned it here. And it prevents the penetration of water. The explainer mentioned it. In the process of explaining that the footgear has to be something that enables continual walking. But that water resistance is its own condition. So he came back and mentioned it again as a condition. Sometimes when you explain some of these things, some condition will get explained in the process of explaining something else. Something gets explained in the process of explaining something else. The author says, ثُمَّ أَقَلُّ الْمَسْحِ مَا يُسَمَّى مَسْحًا. Furthermore, the minimal or the minimum wiping is what's called masih. Now here, there's definitely, unless I'm mistaken here, there's definitely a translation barrier here. Because the word wipe here, unless it can mean something that I don't know, it doesn't work here. Because masih in Arabic, which we usually translate as wipe, is basically means contact or touching. Masih in Arabic is not necessarily to put something on a surface and then to make that thing pass over that surface. So in Arabic, if you just, for example, put your finger on something and then lifted your finger, that's masih. So basically means touching or contacting. And furthermore, this masih in Arabic, based on what it means in Arabic language, if you made a drop fall upon your khuff, a drop of water, if you made a drop of water drip upon your khuff, the top of your khuff, then this is sufficient, even without putting your finger. So if we were to translate this sentence as the minimum of this is what is called wiping, then this will probably in English give someone a wrong understanding. على بعض الظاهر على الخوف وإن قل. It's the minimum of it is what is contacting. Yeah. If you look in the dictionary Al-Misbah al-Munir, you'll find talk there. So the minimum masih is what is called masih. And masih in Arabic language means touching merely or contacting. على بعض ظاهر على الخف, upon some of the outside of the upper khuf, upon some of the outside of the upper khuf. وإن قل, even a little bit. أما إذا قلت, how little, like even a drop that you may drip upon the top of your khuf without touching your finger onto your khuf. أما إذا قلتصر على مسح العقب, على مسح العقب, as for merely only wiping the heel. أو حرف الخوف, or the edge of the khuf. فلا يكفي, that's not valid. لأن المنقول من فعل النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم المسح على أعلى الخف, Because what is transmitted from the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is wiping upon the upper khuff. So I'm going to say wiping, but now you know what masih means in Arabic language. فقد صح عن علي رضي الله عنه أنه قال. It is authentic about Imam Ali that he said, لو كان الدين بالرأي لكان أسفل الخف أولى بالمسح من أعلاه. Had the religion been by opinion, then wiping the bottom of the khuf would have been more appropriate than wiping the top. وقد رأيت رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم يمسح على ظاهر خفيه. But I have seen the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam wiping upon the outside of the khufs, على ظاهر خفيه, his khufs. رواه Abu Dawud وغيره. Abu Dawud and others narrated that. Take note here, he did not say had the religion been by the mind or something similar to that. He didn't say had the religion been by reason. He didn't say had the religion been by logic, although I avoid the word logic. He didn't say any of that. He said had the religion been by ra'i, opinion. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وَيَمْسَحُ الْمُقِيمُ يَوْمًا وَلَيْلَةً. The resident wipes for a day and a night. الشرح المقيم وهو الحاضر له أن يمسح يوما وليلة. The resident, meaning the one who is settled, not traveling. So resident here includes what we would call an inhabitant. In some different lessons, you say there's a resident and there's an inhabitant. This includes both of those. The resident here means not a traveler. The resident, meaning the one who is settled, he lahu an yamsaha yawman wa layla. He may wipe for a day and a night. Kamilain, complete. Thumma yakhla', then he takes it off. Wa yaghsilu qadamayhi, and then he needs to wash his feet. Wa yujaddidu al-masha insha, and then he can restart wiping if he wants to. قال المؤلف رحمه الله والمسافر ثلاثة أيام بلياليهن, and the traveler for 3 days with their nights. الشرح, the explanation. المسافر سفر قصر يمسح ثلاثة أيام بلياليهن. The traveler on the journey of a shortening distance wipes for 3 days with their nights. Contiguous. 3 days with their contiguous nights. وذلك لخبر, يعني continuous, connected. وذلك لخبر مسلم عن علي رضي الله عنه. That is due to the report of Muslim from Ali, may Allah accept from him, أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم جعل ثلاثة أيام ولياليهن للمسافر. That the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam made 3 days with their nights for the traveler. وَيَوْمًا وَلَيْلَةً لِلْمُقِيمِ, and a day and a night for the resident. وَلِلشَّافِعِيِّ قَوْلٌ قَدِيمٌ. Ash-Shafi'i has an old saying, أَنَّهُ لَا يَتَأَقَّتْ, that wiping the khuf is untimed, not timed. يعني unlimited. لأنه مسح على حائل, because it is a wiping upon a barrier. فلا يتقدر, and therefore it is not measured by time. كالمسح على الجبيرة, just like wiping on the cast. Just like wiping on the cast. Yani, how long are you going to have your cast and wipe on it? Allah knows. A month? More? Less? It's not timed. So Ash-Shafi'i has an old saying that wiping a khuff is like wiping a cast, not timed. وَبِهِ قَالَ Malik. And that's what Malik said too. So Maliki school, according to Maliki school, khuff is not timed. والقول الجديد عند الشافعي أنه يتأقت بما ذكر. And the new saying, according to Ash-Shafi'i, is that it is timed as mentioned. So to say it's not timed, then I wonder how they respond to this hadith. That the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam gave 3 days with their nights to the traveler and a day and a night to the residents. Do they have some way to explain this other than what appears? Do they have some other renditions of the hadith? Do they not deem it authentic? Is it abrogated according to them? What? I don't know. But this is part of the reason why when you learn fiqh, you're going to learn the rules first, not the proofs, because those proofs, they become more elaborate than you might can handle if you don't have enough foundation. So you teach a person from the beginning, just give him the rules. Don't load him with hadiths and ayat. Not unless he's so smart, so clever, has such high aptitude, you can load him with information, he won't burn out. هذا إذا كان سفره سفرا مباحا, and this is if one's travel were permissible journey. أما إذا كان سفره سفر معصية فإنه يمسح كالمقيم. As for his travel being a sinful travel, the travel of a sin, that means for the sake of a sin, then he can only wipe for a day, like a resident. So he can still wipe. Yani, it's not a condition that to wipe on your khuff you're not sinning. If a person were sinning, he can still wipe on his khuff, but if he were a traveler and his travel is for a sin, then he can only wipe his khuff for a day and a night, as if he's not a traveler. And don't get me wrong here. If a traveler commits a sin, he can still wipe for 3 days and 3 nights as long as his travel is not the sin. As long as his traveling is not the sin. That's what's the issue. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him. وابتداء المدة من حين يحدث بعد لبس الخفين. The duration begins from the time he becomes impure after wearing the khuffs. الشرح ابتداء المدة للمسح من حين يحدث بعد لبس الخفين. من حين يحدث. Interesting. Now I'm just looking at some of the grammar there. من حين يحدث بعد لبس الخفين. The explanation is that the beginning of the time, of the duration of wiping, is from when he commits an impurity after wearing the khuffs. إلى يوم وليلة للمقيم. Until, yani, for the duration of a day and a night for a resident. وإلى ثلاثة أيام بلياليهن للمسافر. And for 3 days with their nights for a traveler. But what does this mean? Actually, the way the author the explainer, even and the author, the way the author and the explainer just explain this issue right here is a neutral wording. A neutral wording. Neutral means there's here it means there's two sides. So some say, well, more exactly, it is from the beginning of what breaks his wudu. That's when the time starts. Some say, no, it's from the end of when he breaks his wudu. That's when his time starts. Meaning, if a person broke his wudu by urinating, did his time start when he started urinating, or his time started when he finished urinating? Or he broke his wudu by taking a nap. Did his time start when he started sleeping, or his time started when he woke up? So the way it's worded here is neutral wording. If someone were taking either way of those, he could still take the word of Abu Shuja here. Abu Shuja's words accommodate either madhab here. And some said there's details. For some of them, it's when the impurity or the invalidator starts, and for some of them, it's when the invalidator ends. Inshallah, you'll learn about that with more detail another time. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, فإن مسح في الحضر ثم سافر أو مسح في السفر ثم أقام أتم مسح مقيم. If he wiped while residing, then traveled, or wiped while traveling, then resided, he continues wiping as a resident. الشرح, the explanation. إن بدأ المسح على خفيه بعد الحدث في الحضر. If someone started wiping his khuffs after impurity while residing, not traveling. So he started wiping his khuffs after an impurity while residing. ثم سافر. Then he traveled. قبل أن تنتهي مدة الحضر. He traveled before that initial day and night expires. The day and night that he got by breaking his wudu. And then that's when the time of wiping started. The time of wiping started from when he broke his wudu. Okay, that's a day and a night if he's not a traveler. Yeah. So he starts wiping. And then in the middle of this day, he's started traveling. So now he's a traveler who started wiping on his khufs as a resident. وَإِن بَدَأَ بِالْمَسْحِ فِي السَّفَرِ. If he started wiping, okay, يُتِمُّ مُدَّةَ مُقِيمٍ لَا مُدَّةَ مُسَافِرٍ. So if he started wiping upon the khufs after impurity while residing, then he traveled. He traveled before the 24 hours for the khufs expired. Then how much longer can he continue to wipe? يُتِمُّ مُدَّةَ مُقِيمٍ. He will just only continue wiping like a resident. لأن مدة مسافر لا مدة مسافر. He won't start wiping like a traveler. because he already started wiping as a resident. وَإِنْ بَدَأَ بِالْمَسْحِ فِي السَّفَرِ, and if he started wiping while traveling, ثُمَّ أَقَامَ, and then he resided, and he landed, for example, كَانَ كَأَنْ رَجَعَ إِلَى وَطَنِهِ, like he went back to his nation. فَيَقْتَصِرُ عَلَى مُدَّةِ الْمُقِيمِ, then he only wipes like a resident. احتياطا للعبادة, as precaution for the worship. أي إذا مسح في الحضر ثم سافر أو مسح في السفر ثم أقام. So the meaning is, if he started wiping while residing and then he traveled, or he started wiping while traveling and then he resided قبل مضي يوم وليلة, and this is before the passage of a day and a night, مسح مسح مقيم, then he wipes the wiping of a resident. All right. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, ويبطل المسح بثلاثة أشياء, the wiping is invalidated by three things. بخلعهما, by taking them off. Dot dot dot. That's the first of three. الشرح, the explanation. يبطل المسح بخلع الخفين, the wiping is invalidated by removing the khuffs, أو أحدهما, or even one of them. فلو خلع الخف بعد وضوء المسح, so if he took off the khuf after a wudu that incorporated wiping, فلا يصلي حتى يغسل الرجلين, then he does not pray before washing his feet. وكذلك لو خرج الخف عن صلاحية المسح عليه, and likewise if the khuf became unsuitable to wipe upon, لضعفه, due to its weakness, أو تخرقه, or due to its tearing. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وانقضاء المدة, and the expiration of the duration. الشرح كذلك يبطل المسح بانتهاء المدة. Likewise, the explanation is that likewise, wiping is invalidated by the expiration of the duration. فلو انتهت المدة قبل أن يسلم التسليمة الأولى. So, قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وانقضاء المدة, and the expiration of the duration. I don't know I don't know which, I don't, yeah, we're on the end of Khuffs, so I don't know what pages you have. الشرح, the explanation. كذلك يبطل المسح بانتهاء المدة. Likewise, wiping is invalidated by the time expiring. فلو انتهت المدة قبل أن يسلم التسليمة الأولى. So if the time runs out before he says the first salam, meaning he's in the middle of his prayer, he's in his prayer, he's praying with the wudu that he used that he achieved by wiping on Khuffs. He's praying with the wudu that was completed by wiping on Khuffs. And then the time ran out before he said the first salam. Batalat salatu, his prayer will be invalidated. فَيَغْسِلُ قَدَمَيْهِ وَيَسْتَأْنِفُ الصَّلَاةَ أَيْ يُعِيدُ. So then he has to go wash his feet and start his prayer over again. وأما لو انتهت المدة بعد التسليمة الأولى وقبل الثانية. Now, as for though if the time ran out after the first salam but before the second salam, فصلاته صحيحة, then his prayer will be valid. ولا يسلم التسليمة الثانية ولا يسلم التسليمة الثانية. And he does not, yani he must not say the second salam. He must not say the second salam. Because the second salam is part of the prayer. And his prayer is over now. Because the time ran out for his Khuffs. So he cannot say the second salam. Just like if you said the first salam and then you pass gas. Your prayer is valid and it's haram for you to say the second salam. Just like it's haram for you to make a sujood for no reason. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وَمَا يُوجِبُ الْغُسْلِ, and what dictates a ghusl, and whatever necessitates a ghusl. الشرح, the explanation, يبطل المسح بطروء ما يوجب الغسل. Wiping is invalidated by the occurrence of anything that mandates a ghusl. من جنابة أو حيض أو غيرها, whether the sexual impurity or menstruation or something else. فعليه إذا أجنب أن يغتسل غسلا كاملا. So if one became junub, it would be his duty to perform a complete ghusl, means without khuffs on. Okay, alhamdulillah, we completed the whole section on khuffs. And we still have a little less than an hour, yani about an hour to go to cover tayammum. Now, tayammum is a section that the people are weak in. And it is, yani, it's a powerful section in fiqh. From the outside, what do you see? Someone, he hits the surface with his palms to wipe his face and his hands with soil. That's it? So it might seem like should be a cake, a piece of cake. Might be more like a steak that needs a steak knife. Not a piece of cake, only needs plastic butter knife. So let's see what we have here. The author says, Faslun fi tayammum, section about tayammum. At-tayammum lughatan il-qasd. Tayammum linguistically is seeking, targeting. Yuqalu fi lugha, it is said in the language, tayammamtu fulana ay qasadtu. You would say in the language, I tayammamtu so and so. I was looking for so and so. Tayammamtuhu. So that's just a demonstration of what it means linguistically. Well, shara'an, and legally, though, religiously legally, it is isalu turabi ila al-wajhi wal yadayn. It is applying soil to the face and the hands بشرائط مخصوصة under special conditions. بدلا عن الوضوء والغسل, instead of wudu or ghusl. Okay. So first thing here, when he says tayammum is isal, making soil reach, making it reach. Making it reach means then you must proactively apply the soil. So it's not valid to, if the soil were blowing in the wind, to just put your face into the wind and close your eyes and let the soil blow upon your face. This will not be valid because this is not isal. This is not applying the soil. This is different from the condition of wudu and ghusl, as you know. Because what I just described to you for tayammum not being valid is valid for wudu or ghusl. With the meaning that if, for example, just started raining and the water's falling upon you, then you can make an intention. Or someone just came to throw a bucket of water upon you. And then when the water came upon you, you made an intention, for example. That's valid for wudu or ghusl. But, so in other words, isal, applying, is not a condition for wudu or ghusl. Rather, it is merely the flow of water that's the condition for wudu or ghusl. The mere flow of water, whether you applied that water and made it flow, or it flowed upon you without your applying it. But for tayammum, the soil must be applied. So it is isalu turabi ila alwajhi wal yadayn, applying soil to the face and the hands, بشرائط مخصوصة, under special conditions, بدلا عن الوضوء والغسل, instead of wudu and a ghusl. Or a ghusl, instead of wudu or ghusl. That's what the explainer mentions here. And some scholars say a third thing here. They say, instead of wudu or ghusl, or who knows? Anyone knows? Tayammum, instead of wudu or ghusl, or what? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Or washing an organ, instead of wudu or ghusl, or washing an organ. Meaning you might have a bruise, a break, you might have a cast, you might have a scrape or a burn, something you can't wash now. An injury, yani. You have an injury, so it's not the wudu or the ghusl that you can't do per se, just some injury somewhere, so that you can't put the water on that spot. Then in the Shafi'i school, since there is a piece of your body that you cannot wash, that part that you can't wash, you're going to replace it with tayammum. You're going to wash everything else, complete your wudu except for that spot, complete your ghusl except for that spot, and to replace that spot, you need to make tayammum. But the way I said it is not most accurate right now. I mean, because wudu has an order. What I just said was, complete your wudu and then make tayammum. No, this doesn't really go like that for wudu. Yani, as we're going to see inshallah, if it were wudu, then when you get to the spot that you can't wash, that's when you make tayammum for wudu, because wudu has an order. So when I said it the first way, it was only because I'm just presenting the case to you. But most exactly, the rule is for wudu that the tayammum, when you can't wash an organ, you make all of the wudu, but when you get to the spot that you can't wash in the wudu, that's the time for the tayammum, and then you continue your wudu. If it's ghusl, since ghusl doesn't have any order for any part of your body, your whole body is like one thing for ghusl, then you can make tayammum first or make tayammum after. Alhamdulillah. Wait. So, but the Shaykh here, he didn't mention that third thing. Or instead of washing an organ, he only said instead of wudu or ghusl. But keep that close there. You might say, depending on who you're teaching. If you're just teaching very beginner, just say instead of wudu or ghusl. Because remember, beginner does not tolerate details. You take it easy on him so he can comprehend. As he learns, then his mind will expand. The blessing of the religious knowledge is the blessed knowledge. Then it's going to make his mind more powerful. It's going to be, this mind is going to become more buff. He's going to be able to take more information, hold more details. The Shaykh says, وَالْأَصْلُ فِيهِ قَبْلَ الْإِجْمَاعِ قَوْلُهُ تَعَالَى. Its source, the source of Tayammum. Source means its fundamental evidence. Its source, before the consensus, is the saying of Allah, exalted is He. فَلَمْ تَجِدُوا مَاءً فَتَيَمَّمُوا. Then you did not find water, then make tayammum. That's the ayah. فَلَمْ تَجِدُوا مَاءً. Then you didn't find water. فَتَيَمَّمُوا. Then make tayammum. Al-ayah. Etc. till the end of that ayah. That's the source of the tayammum from the book of Allah Tabaraka wa Ta'ala. وَقَدْ خُصَّتْ بِالتَّيَمُّمِ أُمَّةُ سَيِّدِنَا مُحَمَّدٍ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَسَلَّمَ دُونَ غَيْرِهَا. And tayammum is special to the nation of our Master Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam and not others. So, what else is special to the nation of Muhammad here? Khuffs. No other Muslim nation had khuffs, only the nation of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. And no other Muslim nation had tayammum, only the nation of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. And we just got out of the khuff section. And it is worthy to point out to you too, since we're explaining the text of Abu Shuja. What did Abu Shuja do here? In the Khuff section, he separated the Khuff section from the Wudu section. How's the chapters of Abu Shuja? First, he talked about the integrals of Wudu. Then he talked about the Sunnahs of Wudu, both of them under one chapter, under one title. Then he talked about Istinja. Then he talked about the invalidators of Wudu. Why he separated the invalidators of wudu from the other sections of wudu? Why he put istinja in between? Anyone know? Why did Abu Shuja put istinja before invalidators of wudu? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As a signal to that wudu is valid without istinja. As a signal to the fact that wudu is valid without istinja. The question was, why did Abu Shuja mention istinja before the invalidators of wudu? And let me back up and clarify why I even asked that question. I am now drawing your attention to something. I just got off my point real quick. I just digressed real quick. We got right now into the section on Tayammum. We just started it. And we just mentioned now, Tayammum is special to the nation of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. And then I added for you, also Khuffs are special to the nation of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. And then I said, Abu Shuja, he just mentioned the chapter of Khuffs now. We just got out of the chapter of Khuffs and got into the chapter of Tayammum. Then I said to you, what did Abu Shuja actually do here? He separated the chapter of Khuff from the chapter of Wudu. He separated the chapter of Khuff from the chapter of Wudu because Khuff is part of Wudu. So then I said, let's look. How did he even put his chapters? Let's back up a little bit. He has integrals of Wudu, then Sunnahs of Wudu, under the same title, by the way, not two different sections. Maybe in some copies it's in two different sections. Then, before he went to the invalidators of wudu, he went to istinja. Then I asked you, why he did that? The answer is, as a signal that wudu is valid without istinja. Although you still can't pray without istinja. But the wudu would be valid without istinja. If a person urinated and did not make istinja, and then he made wudu, his wudu is valid. Then, after istinja, he talked about invalidators of wudu. Then, after invalidators of wudu, he went to what? Ghusl? Then he went to ghusl. Yes. He went to the mandators of ghusl. Then he went to the integrals of ghusl and the sunnahs of ghusl. Then he went to the sunnah ghusls. Okay, that's all fine. Then he went to khuff. So what we're saying is, khuff should be with wudu. Originally should be with wudu. Why did Abu Shuja separate the khuff from the wudu? Maybe because khuffs involve wiping, and tayammum, which he put after khuffs, involve wiping. So maybe he wanted to put the two sections about wiping next to each other. So that's why he put them like that, and he separated khuff from wudu. And maybe, perhaps, he wanted to put together two things that are special to the nation of Muhammad. The Khuffs and the Tayammum. So he separated the Khuffs from the wudu. And Allah knows best, but it is most appropriate to put the Khuffs with the wudu. Okay, back to the book here. So, the source for Tayammum, before the Ijma', meaning the Ijma' is a source for Tayammum. But before that, a proof with more priority than the Ijma', when we say it's sourced before the consensus, that means a proof that has priority over the consensus is the book of Allah, tabaraka wa ta'ala, and the sunnah of the messenger of Allah, sallallahu alayhi wa ala alihi wa sallam. As for the book of Allah, we just cited the ayah. فَلَمْ تَجِدُوا مَاءً فَتَيَمَّمُوا. If you didn't find water, then make tayammum. And there's a hadith, Rawahu Muslim, narrated by Muslim, جُعِلَتْ لَنَا الْأَرْضُ كُلُّهَا مَسْجِدًا وَتُرْبَتُهَا طَهُورًا. The earth, all of the earth was made for us, for the nation of Muhammad. All of the earth has been made for the nation of Muhammad, for us, he said for us. That means not for all the Muslim nations, for our Muslim nation. The whole earth has been made a masjid for us, meaning we can perform salat anywhere. The nation of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Where you want, in the field, on the side of the road, on the rooftop, as long as it's not najasa there. Previous Muslim nations had to go back to the masjid to pray, even if they were far. That's amongst what makes the laws of Muhammad the easiest laws. You can pray anywhere. And then add tayammum there. And then add khufs there. Allah made it easy for us. And add also that He didn't reveal all the rules at once. He revealed the rules in pieces. So that made it easy for them to get strong. Not like the Israelites. They got all the rules at once. They saw everything haram all at once. They didn't want it. Like a shock to their system. Then the angel had to pull the mountain over them and hang it over them. And then they were shook. And then Musa told them, accept. They said, Qabilna, Samirna wa ata'na. We hear and we obey. Because the mountain was floating over their heads. So anyway, the Prophet ﷺ said, جُعِلَتْ لَنَا الْأَرْضُ كُلُّهَا مَسْجِدًا. The entire earth was made a masjid for us. وَتُرْبَتُهَا طَهُورًا. And its soil was made purifying for us. So, Rawahu Muslim, Muslim narrated that. So that's special to the nation of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa ala alihi wa sallam. وَلَمْ يَكُنْ هُنَاكَ تَيَمُّمٌ قَبْلَ الْهِجْرَةِ. And there was not any tayammum before the migration to Medina. بَلْ نَزَلَتِ الرُّخْصَةُ فِي التَّيَمُّمِ بِالْمَدِينَةِ سَنَةَ سِتٍ. Rather, tayammum, the facility, the accommodation of tayammum was revealed in Medina in the sixth year. The sixth year. So there were still years in Medina without Khuffs. What year they conquered Mecca? What year did they conquer Mecca? Tell me. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 8. Year 8, they conquered Mecca. Year 6, Khuffs were sanctioned. ثم إن التيمم لا يرفع الحدث. Furthermore, and very, very important, tayammum does not lift the religious impurity. ولكن يبيح الصلاة. Rather, it permits prayer. Tayammum legalizes prayer. Yani, it licenses prayer. Does not lift the impurity. Yani, this is a case, tayammum is a case in which you will be praying while impure. With tayammum, you'll be praying while impure. And that's valid. Tell me another case you're going to be praying while impure. Tell me another case you're going to be praying while impure. 5, 4, 3. And I'm not talking about you can't find water, you can't use water. Or soil. I'm not talking about when you can't find water or soil. I'm not talking about that. When else would you be praying while impure? Incontinence, correct. Correct answer. When the person has incontinence, then you're going to observe the special istinja rules, and you can pray with leakage. One obligation and unlimited optional voluntary worships. Okay, back to the book here. لا يرفع الحدث ولكن يبيح الصلاة. Tayammum does not lift the impurity. Rather, it licenses, it permits prayer while you are impure. فلذلك على الجنوب الذي تيمم لفقد الماء أن يغتسل عندما يجد الماء. This is why the one who is junub must perform, and the one who made tayammum while junub, yani the one who was junub, and then he made tayammum because of lacking water, he must bathe when he finds water. Why he has to bathe when he finds water? Because he's not pure. Makes it more clear for you. Yani, if the tayammum made him pure, then khalas, he should be able to say, All right, this water, I'm cool though. I made tayammum. I'm good until I break my wudu again. No. The tayammum won't make him pure. So when he finds the water, he's going to have to do a ghusl. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وشرائط التيمم خمسة أشياء. There are 5 conditions for tayammum, or if we want to be more literal, the conditions for tayammum are 5 things. The conditions for tayammum are 5 things. الشرح, the explanation. ذكر المصنف أن شرائط التيمم 5. The author mentioned that the conditions of tayammum are 5. والمعدود في كلامه 6 أشياء. However, that which is actually counted in his talk, if we want to list it, is 6 things. So we're going to count, see what he has here. The existence of an excuse because of traveling or sickness, we'll see. I'll break it down as we read. He said, but what's actually listed in his talk is 6 things. He said 5, and then counted and mentioned 6. That's one thing, first of all. That's clear, inshallah. Now, one thing that is very important is that some of these conditions, as you talk about conditions, we learned what a condition is. What's a condition? Tell me what a condition is. Define condition for me. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Isn't a condition something that you have to fulfill before the deed? A condition is something that's not a part of the deed and you have to fulfill it before the deed for the deed to be valid. That's what a condition is. Okay. Some of what he mentions here, he called them conditions. Some of them aren't actually conditions. Something else. Like what? Let's see. He says right here, قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy on him, said, وجود العذر بسفر أو مرض. The existence or the presence of an excuse, yani the confirmation of an excuse due to traveling or sickness. The presence of an excuse due to traveling or sickness. So that's what he counted as the first condition. But what is this actually? Very important here. What this first one really is not a condition, it's a justifier. It's a reason. It's the reason to even make tayammum. It's not the condition per se to make tayammum valid. He's calling it a condition because if you don't have an excuse, you can't make tayammum. But what did condition is shart. Shart. What this first one really is sabab. Sabab, reason. It's what justifies the tayammum in the first place. The excuse. So the author Abu Shuja, he called it a condition. And what it really is a justifier. So he says, yeah, according to him, so we're going to say what he said here. We're going to explain his words. According to him, the first condition is the presence of an excuse due to traveling or sickness. الشرح, the explanation. أن الشرط الأول للتيمم وجود العذر, is that the first condition for tayammum is the presence of an excuse. أي العجز عن استعمال الماء, meaning the inability to use water. يعني the inability, he is basically saying one of the conditions of tayammum is the inability to use water. Okay. Yani you can it's not that it doesn't make sense. You understand what he's saying. But just when you want to be more technical, more meticulous, then we're going to really call it something other than a condition. We're going to call it a sabab, a cause, a reason, what even caused you to make tayammum. It's like, for example, do we say that urinating is a condition for wudu? No, we don't say it's a condition for wudu. But because you urinated, you're going to make wudu. It, or do we say, for example, that menses is a condition for ghusl, or that ejaculating is a condition for ghusl? We don't say it's condition. We say this would made you obligated to do it. So that's how this is, this excuse here, which is not being able to use water. It's what makes you even have a reason to make tayammum. So the fundamental reason for making tayammum, the one fundamental reason for making tayammum is not being able to use water. وَلَهُ سَبَبَانِ, and that has two reasons. Yani, this fundamental reason branches into two cases. الأول فقد الماء. The first one is lacking water. Yani, why you can't use water? Because you don't have any. So that's first branch, the lack of water. لقوله تعالى, due to the saying of God Almighty, فَلَمْ تَجِدُوا مَاءً فَتَيَمَّمُوا, then you did not find water, then make tayammum. So this refers to lacking water. So this ayah right here about tayammum, we said this is the source for tayammum in the book of Allah. This is not addressing the sick one who cannot use the water, which is the other reason. The other reason is because you can't, because you will be harmed if you use the water. You might have it, but you cannot apply it. So the fundamental reason for tayammum is you can't use water. Why? Either because you don't have any, like you can't find any, or because it will harm you. Those are the two reasons. As for this ayah, فَلَمْ تَجِدُوا مَاءً فَتَيَمَّمُوا, then you did not find water, so make tayammum. This ayah is addressing one of those two, which is lacking water, not fearing its harm. So fearing the harm of the water needs another proof, not this ayah here, not this part of the ayah here. الآية, etc. till the end of that ayah. ولخبر البخاري أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم كان في سفره فلم يكن معه ماء فتيمم. And also because of the report of Al-Bukhari that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was during one of his journeys not having water, and so he made tayammum. فمن تيقن عدم وجود الماء تيمم بدون طلب الماء. Now, before talking about the second reason, the explainer goes on, talking about lacking water. So, you just want to follow the flow of information here. He said, when he brought the statement of the author, Abu Shuja, the Abu Shuja said, وُجُودُ الْعُذْرِ بِسَفَرٍ أَوْ مَرَضٍ, the presence of an excuse because of traveling or sickness. So right there, he gave us both of those in his statement. Both reasons for making tayammum. And both of those reasons both go back to one reason, which is the inability to use water. Then the explainer, he said, what is actually the presence of the excuse is not being able to use the water. And not being able to use the water has two reasons. The first of those two reasons is lacking water. Now we know the second one is being harmed by the water. But he didn't yet go to the second one. So he's going to dwell on the first one for a while. Lacking water. So he says, فَمَنْ تَيَقَّنَ عَدَمَ وُجُودِ الْمَاءِ تَيَمَّمَ بِدُونِ طَلَبِ الْمَاءِ. Anyone who is certain that there is no water, that means 100% he knows that there's no water, then he makes tayammum without looking for any. لأن الطلب والحالة هذه عبث, because fetching water while he knows there isn't any, is frivolous, it's futile. The religion does not command futility. Religion makes us wise, doesn't make us dumb. Why are you going to be looking for water and you know there isn't any? سواء أكان في السفر أم في الحضر. And this is whether the person were on a journey or residing. If he knows there's not any water, he makes tayammum without looking for any. Okay. Well, why he's talking about looking for water though? Because you might think he just leaped here. He said the first of those two reasons is lacking water, because Allah says, what means? Then you didn't find water, then make tayammum. And then he said, whoever is sure that there is no water, then he doesn't look for any. Why he started talking about looking for the water? Because the ayah says, فَلَمْ تَجِدُوا مَاءً, you didn't find water. So what does that mean? It means you must have looked for it then. We're not going to say you didn't find something if you didn't look for it. Don't come and say I didn't find it and you didn't look for it. And someone's going to tell you, I didn't find it. And you say to him, did you look for it? Then he's going to stumble because he doesn't want to lie. He didn't look for it. Okay. فَإِنْ لَمْ يَتَيَقَّنْ عَدَمَهُ. Now, if one were not definitive that there is no water, بَلْ جَوَّزَ وُجُودَهُ, rather, he deems water's existence possible. Says maybe there's water. There could be. I don't know if there is or there isn't. I can't say there isn't any. طَلَبَهُ, then he fetches it, meaning he looks for it. He searches for it. فِي الْوَقْتِ, when the time comes in. When the time comes in. Not any time, when the time comes in. Because you cannot make tayammum ahead of time. You want to make tayammum for dhuhr? Wait for the sun to decline out of its zenith. Want to make tayammum for maghrib? Wait for the sun to go below the horizon. You want to make tayammum for fajr? Wait for the light to come across the horizon. The time has to come in. Then he searches for the water. مما احتمل وجوده فيه. مما احتمل وجوده فيه. And he looks for the water wherever it could possibly be. Min rahlihi, like in his own luggage, and that's where he starts. Wa rufqatihi, and his company. كأن يقول من معه ماء يجود به ولو بالثمن. Like for him to say, meaning he can say one shout for all of his companions. He doesn't have to go to them one by one. He can say, who has water by which he is generous even for a price? And here, why did the scholar here mention that he says, even for a price? Because if you only say, who has water that he can be generous with, and you stop there, then maybe someone is miser and he doesn't want to be generous. And he's going to keep all of his water. So then, uh, you add that statement. Who has water that he will be generous with, even for a price? So to encourage him to part with some of his water, even if you pay for it. فإن لم يجد. Now, if he doesn't find any water there in his luggage or in his company, ينظر حواليه إلى الجهات الأربع. Then he looks around himself in the four directions. يمينا وشمالا وأماما وخلفا. Right and left and front and back. إن كان بأرض مستوية. If you were on level land, flat leveled land. وإلا تردد إلى حد يلحقه فيه غوث رفقته. Or else, if he's not in level land, so there's hills, there's walls, there's bushes, there's obstructions, then what does he do? Then he goes into the four directions. But how far, first of all? إلى حد يلحقه فيه غوث رفقته. He goes as far as if he were to call out to his company, they could rescue him. So he doesn't go so far that they can't hear him anymore. لو استغاث بهم أي إلى مسافة يصل إليهم فيها صوته. Meaning he goes so far as that his voice can still reach them. لو استغاث بهم فيغيثونه. They can still reach him, his voice can still reach them if he were to call out to them to rescue him. And add to that's with their being busy with pitching tents and pots and things like that. They can still hear him while he's looking for the water and he calls out to them. And also, here, makes very clear for me, gap was filled for me here. When we say didn't we say he has to look into the four directions? And if he has obstructions or it's not a level land, then he has to go into the four directions. So you might say, what does that mean? That means he has to go straight line and then come back to the middle and then go straight line, then come back to the middle and go straight. Like, no, it doesn't mean like that. It means he goes, but he only has to look. His eye needs to be able to cover the entire rescue range, the range in which he could be rescued. The range in which he could be rescued. He has to go, his vision has to go that far. His vision has to go as far as the range of rescue. That means if he can see the water in rescue range, now he can see it. So then he goes to the water that he can see, and that's still in rescue range. Then that's as far as he has to go. He has to go as far as his vision can cover the rescue range that we were just talking about. So like that, he goes into the directions. Once he covers that range, that rescue range, with his vision, that's sufficient. If he does not find water, then he makes tayammum. وهو يسمى حد الغوث. That's called the limit of rescue. I'm going to call it rescue range. فإذا لم يجد tayammum. So if he doesn't find water, then he will make tayammum. ومن كان متأكدا من وجود الماء في حد القرب وهو نحو نصف فرسخ وجب عليه طلبه. And anyone who is certain, who knows that there is water in close proximity, then it's obligatory on him to fetch it. And that is about half of a parsec. Parsing. Yani farsakh. 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 Half of a farsakh. Says here, half of a farsakh is about 4 kilometers. If you know meters. 4 kilometers. Yani 148.28 meters is half of a farsakh. I'm going to call that close proximity. So, close proximity is wider than rescue range. Meaning, you could be, what we're going to call close proximities, could be out of earshot. We're going to call it close proximity, but you might call out to your company and they can't hear you. That's not remote distance yet. So you basically have 3 levels. Rescue range, number 1. Number 2, close proximity, that's further than rescue range. And number 3, remote distance. Remote distance is further than close proximity. So, if you think there could be water in rescue range, you have to look for it. If you know there's no water, you don't have to look for it. If you think there could be water in rescue range, you have to look for it. If you know there is water in close proximity, you have to go get it. No, not think, no. If you know there's water in close proximity, you have to look for it. So I think that's clear. If you have a question, feel free, please. إلا إن خاف خروج الوقت. Unless he's afraid that the time will go out. If he goes to get that water that's in close proximity, he knows it's there in close proximity. It's beyond rescue range in close proximity, but if he goes to get it, the time will go out. فَتَيَمَّمْ. Then he makes tayammum. وَإِنْ عَلِمَ بِوُجُودِهِ فَوْقَ حَدِّ الْقُرْبِ. And if he knows there is water beyond close proximity, وَيُسَمَّى حَدَّ الْبُعْدِ. That's called remote distance. That's what I'm going to call it. وَهُوَ مَا زَادَ عَلَى ذَلِكَ. Which is more than close proximity, yani further, which is further than close proximity, كَفَرْسَخٍ أو ثلاثة أرباع فرسخ. Like a whole farsakh or 3/4 of a farsakh. لم يجب عليه طلبه. It's not obligatory on him to fetch it. Now, maybe these distances I'm mentioning, this farsakh here and these meters even, it's not clear. Like Americans don't use meters usually. All of the world use meters except Americans. They use inches and feet. So that when you say 4 meters to an American, you might not know what that means. So what's this? Can I tell you something more clear than a farsakh? Or can I tell you something that you call an ignorant American can understand? That's only a joke. Don't be offended, please. Yes. So close proximity, that's clear. I mean, not close proximity, sorry. Rescue range, that's clear. Rescue range is as far as your company can hear you. So that should be clear enough for you. Close proximity, we said it's like half a farsakh or 4 meters. Is there another way to describe? Yes. Another way that could help you understand that is it is the distance that people trek for errands, such as grazing their sheep and collecting firewood. Meaning the people would go beyond rescue range to graze their sheep, and they would go beyond rescue range to get firewood. Then you can go beyond rescue range to fetch the water that you know is there. Not you think it's there, you know it's there. And the people don't go a remote distance to graze their sheep. They don't go remote distance to collect firewood. Can someone tell me, please, how many feet is 4 meters? I'm one of those ignorant Americans. I don't know. Subhanallah. وَالسَّبَبُ الثَّانِي. And the second reason, now he came to the second reason, the second branch of what justifies tayammum. But Abu Shuja called it a condition. Rahimahullah. May Allah reward him for how much we have benefited from his book. Ameen. Yani, our criticizing some statements is not for any disrespect, only for service to the knowledge. And Abu Shuja is one of our masters, rahimahullah ta'ala. And يخاف من استعمال الماء بطء برء. It is for one to fear from using water slow recovery. This would mean he's already sick. He fears slow recovery, he must already be sick. بأن يكون الماء مؤخر شفائه, which would be by the water delaying his cure. من المرض, from a sickness. So sometimes person's already sick, so he can't use water. Or sometimes he's not sick, but if you use the water, he'll get sick. Like he says right here. أو أن يحدث له باستعمال الماء للوضوء أو الغسل مرض. Or for sickness to happen to him by using water for wudu or ghusl. أو زيادة ألم, or increased pain. أو شين فاحش, or for him to suffer ugly disfigurement. Yani ugly deformity. He used the water, it will deform him hideously. Min تغير لون, not little bit. Hideously is not hyperbole. Hyperbole. I hope I'm saying it right. It's not exaggeration when we say hideously here. Min تغير لون, such as for his complexion to change. أو ثغرة تبقى, or what do you call that? An open sore. Ulcer, or ulcer that doesn't go away. ونحو ذلك في عضو ظاهر, or the likes of that in an open organ. What open organ means, what is exposed while working. What gets exposed while working? Your arms, your face, your feet. Could be something else. فيجوز له أن يتيمم. Then it would be permissible for one to make tayammum. قال تعالى, the Exalted One said, وَإِن كُنتُم مَّرْضَىٰ, and if you were sick, etc. Al-ayah, etc. So here's the proof for illness being a justifier for tayammum. وَخَرَجَ بِالْفَاحِشِ الْيَسِيرِ, and excluded by hideous is light, subtle. Like just gives you ashy skin. And that's not an excuse. or it gives you flaky skin, for example, then that's not an excuse. ويعتمد في خوف ما ذكر قول طبيب عدل. And what's relied upon for fearing what has been mentioned is the saying of an upright doctor, a doctor whose hadith narration would be acceptable, is what's meant here. And if you know for yourself, you can rely on your own determination, your own knowledge of your condition and the medicine. Talk about sufficient knowledge here. Uh, and knowledge here does not mean trial or experimentation. Like, it's not enough for you to say, I've done such and such and gotten sick, therefore I know that I can't do it because I'm going to get sick. Not like that. Because it could be that it's not the case and that you don't know as much as you think you know. Because medicine is more is more detailed than this. So what I'm talking about here for you, a person relying on his own self for deeming this water dangerous, what does he do? Can he? Can he rely on his own self for deeming the water too dangerous so he's going to make tayammum? If he knows his sickness and its medicine, not by experimentation or trial. Feel free to ask at any time. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وَدُخُولُ وَقْتِ الصَّلَاةِ, and the entrance of the time of prayer. The entrance of the time of prayer, so as you know, saying it that way is a simplified way for the beginners like ourselves. As for the advanced ones, you're going to say the time. You can take off the word prayer. The entrance of the time makes your tayammum, is a condition for the tayammum. So now, the condition of tayammum and the justifier of tayammum is much more clear for you, inshallah. The entrance of the time is a condition. The justifier of tayammum is your inability to use the water. The condition for the tayammum, then once you got the justification to make tayammum, now you have to wait for the time to come in. So that's a condition. Ashar, so you have to wait for the time to come in. What time? The time for whatever requires the tayammum. The author here says the time of the prayer, because his book is a book for beginners. And the beginner, he can't take details. So for the beginner, a lot of times you can't give him cases that are so broad and abstract, his mind will not comprehend them. So you need to give him, it's like spoon fed. This is spoon feed here. The prayer time, that's a spoon feed there. But if you say just the time means what? The tawaf time, the prayer time, the khutbah time, whatever needs the tayammum. الشرح أن الشرط الثاني من شرائط التيمم دخول وقت الصلاة. The explanation is that the second condition amongst the tayammum conditions is the entrance of the prayer time. فرضا كانت أو نفلا, whether it's obligatory prayer or an optional prayer. فلا يصح قبل دخول الوقت, so it won't be valid before the entrance of the time. لأن التيمم طهارة ضرورة, because tayammum is an emergency purification. ولا ضرورة قبل الوقت, and there is no emergency before the time. Just like you don't pull the fire alarm just in case. Ahead of time, you don't pull the fire alarm ahead of time. You don't break the glass and pull out the axe ahead of time. That's for emergency. You verify the emergency, then you act. So you need the time to come in, even if it's an excuse time. Excuse time. What's an excuse time? Excuse time is like you're combining your prayers. So if you are delaying Dhuhr until Asr, then Asr time is the time for Dhuhr. Now you can make Tayammum for Dhuhr at Asr time. Or you are advancing your prayer. So you brought the Asr forward to Dhuhr. So the time for your Asr Tayammum is when you finish Dhuhr. When you finish Dhuhr. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وَطَلَبُ الْمَاءِ, and seeking the water, searching for the water. Now, the author, that's Abu Shuja, the author of the text, he is bringing the condition of seeking the water. We were just a few moments ago talking about the condition of seeking the water, not because the author mentioned it yet. We were talking about the condition of seeking the water. Why? Because we were talking about the justifier of tayammum, the inability to use the water. And we said that inability branches into two cases, avoiding the danger of the water and not even having water. And when we talked about the justification of not having water, we said then you're going to have to look for it. That's a condition, unless you know there isn't any. So then we stopped to talk about that condition before the author got to it himself. So now the author got to it, and he said, وَطَلَبُ الْمَاءِ, and seeking the water. الشرح, the explanation, أن الشرط الثالث طلب الماء, is that the third condition is seeking the water. بعد دخول الوقت, after the time comes in. بنفسه أو مأذونه, either personally or by your authorized proxy. So, the entrance of the prayer time, or of the time, the entrance of the time is a condition for the tayammum. And searching for the water is a condition for the one who is not avoiding its danger or the one who doesn't know that there isn't any. And this second condition is for sure after the first condition. Because you're not going to search for the water before the time comes in. So we have two conditions. These two conditions are not at the same level. Yani, isn't it sometimes we observe the order in the integrals? Here we have an order in the conditions. Two conditions. One condition is that the time came in. The other condition is searching for the water. And the condition of the time coming in must precede the condition of searching for the water, personally or by your proxy. And this proxy has to be trustworthy and is valid for one person to be authorized for an entire group. Then he comes back and says to them, to all of them, I didn't find water. بقوله تعالى فلم تجدوا ماء. This is a condition because God said, then if you don't find water, etc. Where's the proof that you have to search for water when Allah says, فَلَمْ تَجِدُوا مَاءً, you didn't find water? Because not valid to say he didn't find it if he didn't look for it. So by Allah telling us if you didn't find water, it implies that you looked for it. So then looking for it is a condition. See how nice that Quran is? And see how the Quran is for the intelligent ones. Those scholars were smart to make this conclusion. And then they taught us those things, to pull out those implications of the ayats of the Quran. فَإِذَا طَلَبَ فَلَمْ يَجِدْ جَازَ لَهُ التَّيَمُّمُ. So if he searched and didn't find it, then tayammum is permissible for him. He has fulfilled the condition. He has the justification and he has fulfilled the condition. أما بغير طلب فلا يجوز إلا إذا كان بأرض يعلم أنه ليس فيها ماء. As for not searching, it will not be permissible unless he is in a land in which he knows there isn't any water. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, forgot to come over to the English. So we caught the presence of an excuse due to traveling or sickness, which that's not really a condition, that's a justifier. So the real first condition here is the entrance of the prayer time. Then the real second condition here is seeking the water. Now Abu Shuja says, and the inability to use it. That's why I told you. You might have maybe been confused about something here if you learned Abu Shuja text and you were paying attention. I was also confused here. The inability to use it seems redundant here. Yes, because this is not a true condition, number 4. This is actually what? A justifier, not a condition. So number 1 and number 4 really, when talking meticulously, they don't go in this list. Because this list is for conditions. He says, rahimahullah, وَتَعَذُّرُ اسْتِعْمَالِهِ, and the inability to use it. الشرح, the explanation, أن الشرط الرابع, is that the 4th condition, meaning according to the author, and for anyone who doesn't want to point out the most exact way to talk here, then he can just excusably say that this is a condition. The 4th condition is تعذر استعمال الماء, the inability to use the water, شرعا أو حسا, legally or physically. Legally, like what? Like you found water, but it was waqf, dedicated to be used for drinking only. So legally, you cannot use this water. You are legally unable to use this water. Or hissan, or physically, like there's a Yahudi with a rifle in front of the water, or there's a ferocious beast there. So you are physically unable to get to the water. أما شرعا فبأن يجد ماء لا يجوز له أن يستعمله كأن وجد الماء موقوفا للشرب. So legally, it's like what I already told you about the dedicated water. فليس له أن يتوضأ منه بل يتيمم. So he has no right to make wudu from that water, and instead he will make tayammum. وأما حسا كأن يحول بينه وبين الماء سبع أو عدو. And physically, it's like I told you also, like there's an enemy or a beast, well, a predator, sabwa, a predator, between him and the water. So, yeah, I don't know if a hippopotamus is a predator, but you're probably not going to try. ومن صور تعذر خوفه على ماله من سارق ونحوه أو انقطاعا عن رفقه. And amongst these scenarios of inability is fearing for his money, uh, fearing for his money from a thief. Yani he fears that a thief will steal his money and the likes of that. Or like just for it to get lost even. Like if he goes away from it, it's going to just, he's going to lose track of it. Or if he goes away from it, someone will come and take it. It's not secure. Then this is an excuse. Or he fears getting left behind if he goes looking for the water. He goes looking for the water and his company gets in the caravan and pulls off. So now he's allowed to make tayammum without searching so that he doesn't get left behind. So those are all justifiers there, scenarios of justifying. قال المؤلف رحمه الله وإعوازه بعد الطلب. The author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, and needing it after seeking it. Also here, for me, was confusing. I was saying to myself, is this not redundant here? What am I missing? So what was I missing? I was missing fiqh. What's fiqh? What does fiqh mean? comprehension. The lack of the fiqh made me, but alhamdulillah, there was at least something. Something was clicking for me. الشرح, the explanation, أن الشرط الخامس إعوازه بعد طلب, is that the fifth condition is needing it after seeking it. So also then number 5 does not go in this list. Number 1, number 4, and number 5 are not truly supposed to be in this list of conditions. These are all justifiers. And really all of them go back to one justification. It's possible to say there's a single justification for tayammum. العجز عن استعمال الماء, the inability to use water. So that very one justifier, he named it as a condition in itself. But included under that justifier is needing it after seeking it. That's actually under the inability to use it. كأن وجد الماء لكن احتاجه لعطش نفسه. Like for him to find water but to need it for his personal thirst, or thirst of his company, or thirst of his respectable animal. And his respectable animal is one that he cannot kill, like his horse. وكان بحيث لو توضأ به لا يجد ما يشربه. And his situation would be such that if he were to use this water for wudu, then he will not find anything to drink. And wudu is only an example, I think you comprehend. Maybe he needs a ghusl. Or, yeah. فحينئذ يجوز له التيمم. So then tayammum would be permissible for him. وكذا لو احتاجه لعطش حيوان محترم كدابته. And likewise, if he needs it for the thirst of a respectable animal, like his ride, his horse, his camel or donkey, for example. And I learned his useful dog, not a useless dog, not some little small dog that he wants to keep in his collar with his head sticking out, only has no benefit. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, وَتُرَابُ الطَّاهِرُ الَّذِي لَهُ غُبَارٌ. Unless such a dog has a use. If it's a hunting dog, maybe it's a hunting dog and he puts it so that his head sticks out the collar. So it's not sticking his head out the collar that makes it useless. وَتُرَابُ الطَّاهِرُ الَّذِي لَهُ غُبَارٌ, and pure soil having dust. So it says, and unmixed dusty soil. Tahir here. So we're going to fix this here. And pure soil instead of unmixed. And pure soil, says pure dusty soil. Okay, or pure soil having dust. Now it's closer to the literal Arabic. And pure soil having dust. Pure here means purifying. That's the meaning of pure here, purifying. وَالتُّرَابُ الطَّاهِرُ الَّذِي لَهُ غُبَارٌ, and pure soil having dust. الشرح, the explanation, أن الشرط السادس التراب الطاهر الذي له غبار, is that the 6th condition is pure soil having dust. This is truly a condition, just like water is a condition for wudu. Soil is a condition for tayammum, like water is a condition for wudu, not a justifier. فلا يصح التيمم بغيره, and so tayammum is not valid with anything else. والدليل على ذلك قوله تعالى صعيدا طيبا. The evidence for that is what God said, exalted is He, pure soil. يعني that's the meaning of the ayah. أي ترابا طاهرا ولقوله صلى الله عليه وسلم. And because the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said this very nice hadith, as-sa'idu tayyibu wadu'ul muslim. As-sa'idu tayyibu wadu'ul muslim. I think that's easy to memorize too. As-sa'idu tayyibu wadu'ul muslim. Pure soil is wudu water of the Muslim. Pure soil is wudu water of the Muslim. What's that? That's majaz, of course. You're not going to be a confused one there. قال الشافعي. الشافعي said, who narrated this hadith? الصعيد الطيب وضوء المسلم, narrated by Abu Dawood. قال الشافعي. الشافعي said, الصعيد لا يقع إلا على تراب له غبار. The word sa'id is inapplicable to anything but soil with dust. That's what some people might call, in today's terms, oddly specific. This word sa'id is only for soil having dust. وَالْمُرَادُ بِالطَّاهِرِ الطَّهُورِ, and what's meant by pure here is purifying. فَلَا يَجُوزُ بِالْمُتَنَجِّسِ, and so tayammum is not valid by contaminated soil. Like someone urinated in that soil and then the urine dried and the soil was never purified. وَلَا بِالْمُسْتَعْمَلِ, nor is it valid by used soil. وَهُوَ مَا بَقِيَ بِعُضْوِهِ أَوْ تَنَاثَرَ مِنْهِ. That's a definition there. Detect all definitions in your studies. What is the used soil? مَا بَقِيَ بِعُضْوِهِ أَوْ تَنَاثَرَ مِنْهِ. Any soil remaining on his limb or that fell off of it, or crumbled from it. Any soil still on his limb or it crumbled from it. حالة التيمم, while making tayammum. ولا يجوز بما لا غبار له, and it's not permissible to make tayammum from something lacking dust. There's a difference between soil and the dust. Also, maybe this needs to be clarified for someone. Maybe someone thinks the soil is the dust. No. The soil is one thing, the dust is another thing. You need to have soil with dust or it's not valid. كالذي لا غبار له كالرمل الذي لا غبار له, like sand lacking dust. أما الرمل الذي لا يلصق بالعضو وله غبار فيجوز التيمم به. As for though sand that does not stick to the organ, yet it is dusty, it has dust, it is permissible to make tayammum with that. فإن لم يجد التراب إلا بثمن وجب عليه أن يشتريه. And if one does not find soil but by a price, then it's obligatory to buy it. Yes. What does that tell you? That tells you that the soil, if you take it, is money. And if you can find someone to buy it, it would be valid. And also stones, and also wood. So that's how you're going to be. Look how those religious rules are. Meaning, perhaps you would be born with nothing. No inheritance, no nothing. You're going to be born with no clothing. And let's say you have no inheritance, no nothing. So you have nothing. Then Maybe your parents will wrap you in some leaves. You grow up with leaves around you, but you're a Muslim though. And how are you going to get something? You can just go to the woods and go get some sticks. And if you want, maybe you can dig up some soil. And you can go grab some rocks and then go back into the town and sit down somewhere and sell that and then start making money. Subhanallah wa bihamdih. That's valid. That's like pulling gold out of a mine or pulling salt from a mine, what I just described to you. So if he would not find any soil but for a price, then it would be obligatory on him to buy it. Of course, if it's at market price, not above. ويصح التيمم بالحجر عند الأئمة الثلاثة and making istinja, sorry, and making tayammum with a stone. I was going to say istinja with a stone. Making tayammum with a stone is valid according to the three imams, the other three imams. قال المؤلف رحمه الله فإن خالطه جس أو رمل لم يجز. Yeah. He said, for if it were mixed with gypsum or sand, then it is not sufficient. Yes. Meaning the soil cannot be mixed with something granular like itself, like ashes or powder or flour. And also, that soil has to not be ash itself. If it were charred, if the soil were charred and became ash, you cannot use it. I didn't know soil becomes ash. I learned from the religion. Subhanallah. الشرح, the explanation. إن اختلط التراب الطهور بالجس. If pure soil mixes with gypsum, like plaster, وهو ما تسميه العامة جفصينا أو الرمل أو نحوهما كالرماد لم يصح التيمم به. This just said everything I already said to you. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said وفرائضه أربعة أشياء, and its obligations are four things. So now we have reached the integrals of the tayammum. Good. So I'm so happy to have clarified this issue of these conditions of tayammum. Subhanallah wa bihamdi. There are two who are never satisfied. You know who are the two who are never satisfied? The one who is desirous of money and the one who is desirous of knowledge. الشرح, the explanation. فرائض التيمم على حسب ما ذكر المؤلف أربعة أشياء. But you know, some people, they don't give any regard to knowledge. They don't find it valuable. If you were to travel just for the sake of knowledge, just only for the sake of knowledge, and then, someone stopped you in the airport, and they said, what are you doing there? You said, I was just learning. He said, well, learning? But what are you going to do? I wanted the knowledge. You're going to red flag you. فرائض التيمم على حسب ما ذكر المؤلف أربعة أشياء. The obligations of the tayammum, according to what the author mentioned, are four things. Al-awwalu niyah. The first of them is the intention. كنية استباحة الصلاة, like the intention of permitting prayer. أو ما أشبهها, or anything like that. Not the intention of making yourself pure, though. من كل ما يحتاج إلى الطهارة. Or anything else, including anything that needs purification. كالطواف وحمل المصحف, like making tawaf or carrying the mushaf. Right here ties into what I was saying to you. Didn't he say the time of the prayer came in? Yes, that's simplified words. Rather, the time of whatever it is that needs the purification came in. Like tawaf, or you want to carry a mushaf. فلو نوى بتيممه استباحة الطواف صح. If he intends by this tayammum permitting tawaf, that's valid. صح تيممه, his tayammum is valid. ويجب قرن النية بنقل التراب إلى الوجه من أول النقل إلى أن يمسح جزءا من وجهه. And it's obligatory to associate the intention with transferring the soil to the face from the beginning of the transfer to until wiping a part of the face. So that's why they say the intention in Tayammum has two spots. This is Shafi'i school. The intention in Tayammum has two spots. During the transfer and for part of wiping the face. فإن انقطعت النية بينهما لم يكف. If the intention is cut in between, it's not enough. وقال بعضهم يكفي, and some said it is enough. So that's two sayings. يعني, the intention for tayammum covers two spots. Excuse me. The transfer and part of wiping the face. So, is it a condition to maintain the intention from the beginning of the transfer and during the entire transfer until wiping the face? And the transfer does not include striking the surface. The transfer itself does not include striking the surface. So is it a condition that the intention would be from the beginning of the transfer until starting to wipe the face nonstop? Or is it valid if you made the intention while transferring, then the intention left you during the transfer, then you refreshed your intention while wiping? There are two sayings. Some said both of those are valid, and some said only the first one is valid. We're talking Shafi'i school here. وَإِذَا لَمْ يَتَيَمَّمْ بِيَدِهِ بَلْ يَمَّمَهُ آخَرُ بِإِذْنِهِ صَحْ. And if a person does not make tayammum by his own hand and instead someone else performed the tayammum on him with his permission, that's valid. وَلَكِنَّ النِّيَّةَ عَلَى الْمُتَيَمِّمِ. However, the intention must be on the one being purified by the tayammum, whether he's doing it personally or someone else is applying it for him. ثم من نوى استباحة فرض فله الفرض والنفل. Now furthermore, anyone who intended to permit an obligation, obligatory prayer, obligatory tawaf, obligatory khutbah, then by this intention, he permits an obligation and voluntary deeds. One obligation, a single obligation, and unlimited voluntary acts. أو النفل فله النفل فقط. But if someone only intended voluntary act, then he only may perform with this tayammum the voluntary act. وإن قصد الفرض فليس له إلا النفل فقط. Sorry. وَإِنْ نَوَى الصَّلَاةَ مِنْ دُونِ قَصْدِ الْفَرْضِ. And if one's intention is to permit prayer merely, just permit prayer without targeting the obligation, then he may only do a voluntary prayer. Okay. Now here we have some details I must share with you. Here is a note related to the matter of the intention. The ranks of the intention are three. The first rank is intending to permitting obligatory acts, such as obligatory prayer, even if it's makeup, or obligatory tawaf, or khutbah for Friday prayer. Okay, so that's first rank. An obligation, intending obligatory acts. So if you intend to permit any of this, you can do any one of them. Intending to permit any one of these enables you to do any one of them. You won't be restricted to the particular obligation that you intended, but you cannot do more than one obligation at a time with the tayammum in the Shafi'i school. The second rank is nafil prayers, nafil tawaf, voluntary. Voluntary prayers, voluntary tawaf, and at this level is funeral prayer. And up until here is what was covered in what we were already reading. Intending to permit an obligation or intending to permit a voluntary act. What's included in this rank of intending to permit a voluntary act? Voluntary prayer, voluntary tawaf, and funeral prayer, although funeral prayer is a communal obligation. Funeral prayer is a communal obligation, but in the chapter of Tayammum has the rank, in terms of the intention, the rank of a voluntary worship. So tuck that in one of your fiqh slots there. An obligation that has the rank of a voluntary deed. What's that? Yani, if I were to ask you, could you call a tricky question? Can you tell me an obligation that has the rank of a voluntary deed? You could say, oh, you mean the funeral prayer when intending in tayammum? Yeah, we knew that, bro. You're getting weak here with your tricky questions, bro. The third rank is everything else, such as sujood of prostration and sujood of thanks and reciting the Quran while in the state of janaba, while junub, and touching the Quran and uh, enabling yani, the lawful man, enabling the lawful man, meaning a woman was menstruating. For example, she doesn't have water, she can make tayammum, and yani, with the intention of enabling her lawful man to be intimate with her. So this requires study. What's the first rank? Obligatory prayer, obligatory tawaf, and obligatory khutbah for Friday. What's that second level? Voluntary prayer, voluntary tawaf, and funeral prayer, though it is a communal obligation. And what's that third level? Sujood of recitation, sujood of thanks, reciting the Quran, touching the Quran, and enabling the lawful man, for a woman to enable a lawful man of hers. So they call that tamkeen, tamkeen ul halil, or tamkeen ul zawja, enabling the lawful one, enabling the husband. So that's the name of that case or intention or act. Okay. So, Alhamdulillah, that's nice. Very clear for me. Hope it's clear for you. And so, what must you know? Intending to do anything from the first rank, number one, enables you to do one of them only at a time. So, one tayammum per obligation, that's one thing. And number two, you can do any one of them, whichever one of them you intended. You can do any of the other ones too, just not more than one with one tayammum. That's second thing. And number three, if you intended any one of these, you can do anything from the second and third rank too. Number two is intending the voluntary prayer or the voluntary tawaf or the funeral prayer. Intending to permit any of these will also enable you to do anything in the third rank. Sujudu tilawa, sujudu shukr, qira'atul Quran, masul Quran, and tamkinu zawj. All these things. Prostrating for recitation, prostrating for thanks, reciting the Quran, touching the Quran, and enabling the lawful man. You can't go backwards though. If you intended the third rank, anything in the third rank, you cannot do anything above it in the second or first rank. If you intended the second rank, you cannot do what is above it of the first rank. That's how it goes. If you intended the first rank, you can do the second or third rank. If you intended the second rank, you can do also third rank. And that's what I wanted to share with you there. If you have any question, feel free. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وَمَسْحُ الْوَجْهِ, wiping the face. So what did he miss here? He missed in the obligations, Abu Shuja, that is, he missed what? You can tell us what's not here. There should be something here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Abu Shuja here, he missed the transfer of the soil. He said it has 4 obligations: the intention, wiping the face, wiping the hands with the elbows, and keeping the order. He should have said the intention and the transfer of soil and wiping the face. Okay. الشرح, the explanation. الفرض الثاني مسح الوجه. The second obligation, according to the author's count, of course, is wiping the face. جميعه, all of it. لقوله تعالى, because of what God said. فامسحوا بوجوهكم, wipe your faces. Al-ayah, etc. till the end of the ayah. So that's the tayammum. فامسحوا بوجوهكم, wipe your faces. What does the ayah of wudu say? فاغسلوا وجوهكم, wash your faces. ويمر يده على ظاهر ما استرسل من اللحية, and one passes his hand over the outside of what hangs or drapes or dangles of his beard. And he doesn't get inside his beard, It's not sunnah to get inside your beard. Even if it's a light beard, it's not sunnah to get inside of it in tayammum. It's not sunnah if it's light. So that's different from wudu. What's the case of wudu? In wudu, if your beard is light, it's obligatory to penetrate it with water. And if your beard is thick, then it's sunnah to penetrate it with water. In the case of tayammum, it is not sunnah to penetrate the light beard with soil, let alone the thick one. Why it's not sunnah to penetrate the light beard? The scholar said this is still difficult. Penetrating the light beard with soil involves a difficulty. So learn that, internalize that, understand that, incorporate that into your life, into your perception of reality. So your mind thinks in terms of, let the fiqh influence your thinking. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وَمَسْحُ الْيَدَيْنِ مَعَ الْمِرْفَقَيْنِ, and wiping the hands with the elbows. الشرح, the explanation. الفرض الثالث مسح اليدين مع المرفقين كالوضوء. The third obligation is wiping the hands with the elbows, like wudu. That's the Shafi'i school, not consensus. لقوله تعالى وأيديكم منه, and your soil, and your hands with the soil, and your hands with it, and wipe your hands with it, with the soil. الآية هذا مذهب الشافعي. This is the madhab, the legal school of الشافعي. أما الإمام مالك فيكفي عنده مسح الكفين على قول. As for Malik, Imam Malik, it's enough, according to him, to only wipe the two hands. That means from the wrist down. According to a saying. Yani Maliki school has more than one saying here. There's a saying in the Maliki school that you can merely just wipe your hands only, not the forearms. وهو مشهور المذهب. And that's the famous Maliki school. That's what's famous of the Maliki school. But does famous mean correct? No, it doesn't. No, famous doesn't mean correct. Famous just means most popular, most widespread. This is what's famous in the Maliki school. Just only the hands. So you're not going to argue with Maliki here. And the Maliki is not going to argue with Shafi'i here. What rajih? And it is the weighty saying in the Maliki school. And it's the weighty saying in the Maliki school. When you're talking about weighty saying, then we're talking about proofs involved. So for them, the proofs indicate that the forearms are not a condition. For the Malikis, the proofs indicate that the forearms are not a part of the obligation. وعلى قول يجب إدخال المرفقين. And according to a saying in the Maliki school, it is obligatory to include the elbows. كما هو مذهب الشافعي, just like the Shafi'i school. So the Maliki school has a saying like the Shafi'i school, and they have a saying unlike the Shafi'i school. And amongst the proof of the Malikis is this ayah here. وَأَيْدِيكُم مِّنْ, and your hands. Doesn't mention the elbows. The ayah here does not mention the elbows for tayammum. Like the wudu ayah mentions the elbows. وَأَيْدِيَكُمْ إِلَى الْمَرَافِقِ, and your hands to the elbows. So this means that for sure the forearms are included in wudu. And according to Ash-Shafi'i, the elbows are included in the wudu. According to Malik, it goes up to the elbows. In the elbows, it's only sunnah to include the elbows, not obligatory. According to Ash-Shafi'i, the tayammum goes up to and including the elbows without that being mentioned in the ayah. So for the Malikis, its lack of being in the ayah is a proof that it's not obligation. No. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, والترتيب, and the sequence, الشرح, the explanation. الفرض الرابع من فرائض التيمم ترتيب. The fourth obligation of tayammum is the order, the sequence. بين مسح الوجه واليدين, the order between wiping the face and the hands. فلو قدم مسح اليدين على الوجه لم يصح تيممه. So if one advanced wiping the hands ahead of wiping the face, then his tayammum will not be valid. ويصح عند بعض الأئمة, but that is valid according to some imams. The sequence is not a condition according to some imams, or an integral. It's not an integral according to some imams. وعد فرائض التيمم في المنهاج خمسة. And Nawawi counted 5 obligations of tayammum in his book Al-Minhaj. فزاد نقل التراب إلى العضو الممسوح. He added transferring the soil to the wiped organ. فلو كان على العضو تراب. So, had there already been soil on the organ, فرده عليه, and then he just rubbed it around, لم يكف, will not be sufficient. وعد بعضهم التراب من الأركان, and some counted the soil as an integral. How do we just count the soil? We already said in our lesson here, soil is a condition, not an integral, like water is a condition for wudu. It's not an integral of wudu. Fiqh is so nice. And fiqh has certain weight, heaviness, has a heaviness. Your mind needs to be able to carry the fiqh. The aqidah is light, but it's sharp. The aqidah is light and it is very sharp. So your mind needs to be flexible enough to not be severed by the sharpness of the aqidah, but so easy and fluid. The aqidah. It's going to make your mind also stronger. The fiqh is heavy. So that's why the faqih, he's like bodybuilder. Yani, the theologian, the one he's expert in the aqidah, he's like the bodybuilder. Bodybuilder meaning he has nice shape. The faqih is like the weightlifter, power lifter. Faqih is like power lifter. Power lifter is not so much worried about the shape. Power lifter is so powerful and buff, he can pick up the heavy weight. Okay. Now we're at the sunan of tayammum. The author says, rahimahullah ta'ala, وَسُنَنُهُ ثَلَاثَةُ أَشْيَاء. It has 3 recommendations. Yani, its recommendations are 3 things. At-tasmiyah. The tasmiyah, the naming of God, Azza wa Jal. That's the first one. At-tasmiyah, ... Ash-sharhu sunanu tayammumi thalathatu ashya. The explanation is that the sunan, the optional parts of tayammum, the recommended parts of tayammum are 3 things. أولها التسمية كالوضوء والغسل. The first of them is naming God, like in wudu and ghusl. وهي أن يقول بسم الله أو بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم فيسمي ولو كان جنوبا. That's for someone to say Bismillah or Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, even if he were junub. قال قال المؤلف رحمه الله وتقديم اليمنى على اليسرى, precedence of the right over the left, yani advancing the right ahead of the left, priority of the right ahead of the left or over the left. الشرح أن السنة الثانية تقديم اليد اليمنى أولا ثم اليسرى. The explanation is that the second sunnah is advancing the right hand first, then the left, من غير أن يجدد الضرب, without a new strike. Without a new strike. If you did strike again, yani, sunnah to do two strikes. Yani, both your hands hit the surface. That's one strike. You transfer the soil with an intention and wipe your face. Then you strike a second time with both hands. That's the second strike. And you wipe the right hand first and then the left hand second. And you do that without a third strike, which is not going to invalidate or anything. Yani, if you did 10 strikes, that's not going to invalidate your tayammum. Sunnah to do the left hand second without getting a new strike. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, والموالاة, and succession or continuity. الشرح أن السنة الثالثة الموالاة بين المسحين كالوضوء. The explanation is that the third sunnah is succession between the two wipes, like in wudu. وذلك بتقدير المسح غسلا. That would be by, and such succession would be measured by estimating a wipe like a wash, gauging a wipe like a wash. أي بتقدير التراب ماء, meaning by gauging the soil as water. So that's a question. That's a test question there. كيف تقدير أو كيف الموالاة في الوضوء? How's succession in في التيمم? How's succession in تيمم? يعني بالموالاة بين المسحين, by succession between the two wipes, the face wipe and the arm wipes. And yani from the wiping of one arm and the wiping of the next arm, between that. Like wudu. وذلك بتقدير المسح غسلا, أي بتقدير التراب ماء. Okay. قال المؤلف رحمه الله. The author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, now we're on invalidators of tayammum. والذي يبطل التيمم ثلاثة أشياء. So, that which invalidates tayammum is three things. ما أبطل الوضوء. What invalidates the wudu? That's the first one. ... الشرح أن التيمم يبطله ما أبطل الوضوء من أسباب الحدث. The first is that what invalidates wudu invalidates tayammum. That's clear. قال المؤلف رحمه الله ورؤية الماء في غير وقت الصلاة. Seeing water while not praying. Seeing water not during the time of prayer. Seeing water not during the time of prayer or outside the time of prayer. But the time of prayer here means being engaged in prayer. Time of prayer here means engagement in the prayer, being involved in the prayer. This one needs to pay attention to. الشرح الثاني من مبطلات التيمم. The explanation, the second invalidator of tayammum is رؤية الماء في غير وقت الصلاة. Seeing water not in the time of prayer. Seeing water not in the time of prayer. So this case is one of the cases that makes tayammum chapter hefty. This case in particular, about what invalidates the tayammum, this particular case, and what's coming about the cast, and also the rules pertaining to uh, when you need to search for the water. There's so many details there. When you don't need to search for the water, or what's a harm that justifies tayammum, or what's a harm that does not justify tayammum. There's a few cases there. But alhamdulillah, we got a nice picture of tayammum today. Alhamdulillah. So, أي قبل الدخول في الصلاة, meaning to see the water before entering into the prayer. ولو كان الوقت ضيقا, even if the time were tight. Even if the time were tight. You were not in prayer, and you made tayammum, and you saw water, then your tayammum is invalidated. فلو رأى الماء وكان بقي من الوقت ما لا يسع أن يتوضأ. So if he saw water and the time left is not enough to encompass wudu, ثم يصلي, and prayer, ضمن الوقت, وجب عليه أن يتوضأ, he is still obligated to make wudu, but he won't be sinful here. He didn't fall short here, even though his prayer is spilling over into the next time. لأن تيممه صار كالعدم برؤية الماء, because his tayammum became like nothing by seeing the water while not praying. ولو رأى سرابا فظنه ماء بطل تيممه, and if he saw a mirage and thought that it was water, his tayammum is invalidated when he's not in the prayer. So, not being in prayer, you made tayammum and have yet to pray. You made tayammum and have yet to pray, then seeing water or imagining water will invalidate your tayammum. Seeing water or imagining water will invalidate your tayammum. So the tayammum can be invalidated so easily. Like if someone said, I have water for someone else. As soon as he said, I have water, you heard him. You made tayammum and you didn't pray yet. And then someone said, I have water for someone else. As soon as he said, I have water, he invalidated your tayammum. Because when you heard, I have water, you imagined that there was water. You didn't know it was for someone else until he said, for someone else. But if he said, I have for someone else water, then your tayammum is not invalidated. Because when he said, I have for someone else, right there, you know that it's not for you. So when he says water, then doesn't make you imagine that there's available water. So then this one who saw mirage and thought it was water, his tayammum is invalidated and he needs to repeat it. بعد أن يتبين له أنه سراب, after it becomes clear for him that that's a mirage. فالمدار في بطلان التيمم على التوهم وجود على توهم وجود الماء. So then, the invalidator of tayammum revolves around imagining the presence of water. وَلَوْ كَانَ احْتِمَالًا ضَعِيفًا, even if what one imagines is that it's unlikely that there is water, but that there is. He imagines that there is, even if it's unlikely in his imagination. أما لو رأى الماء في وقت الصلاة. As for seeing water while engaged in the prayer, أي بعد الشروع فيها في مكان يغلب فيه فقد الماء, then it depends. Now he's actually in the prayer, and then he sees water. Then it depends on whether he's in a land that usually has water or not. See how hefty Tayammum chapter is? So he's in the prayer, and then he saw water, praying with Tayammum. لو رأى الماء في مكان يغلب فيه فقد الماء. If he saw this water while praying with Tayammum in a land that usually lacks water, فلا يبطل تيممه, then his Tayammum is not invalidated because he is in a land that usually lacks water. وَلَيْسَ عَلَيْهِ قَضَاء, and he will not be obligated to make up his prayer. The prayer that he is praying with Tayammum in a land that usually lacks water, although he saw water while he was praying. وَإِذَا وَجَدَهُ فِي مَكَانٍ يَغْلِبُ فِيهِ وُجُودُ الْمَاءِ, but if he found that water in a place that usually has water, فَسَدَتْ صَلَاتُهُ, his prayer will be invalidated because his tayammum will be invalidated. وَعَلَيْهِ أَنْ يُعِيدَ الصَّلَاةِ, and he will be obligated to repeat the prayer. He has no sin here. وَإِنْ صَلَّى بِهَذَا التَّيَمُّمِ ثُمَّ وَصَلَ إِلَى أَرْضٍ فِيهَا مَاءٍ يَقْضِيهَا, and if he completed his prayer with this tayammum in a land that usually has water, then he arrived at a land that has water, then he gets that water and makes up the prayer that he prayed with tayammum in a land that usually has water. وَإِنْ كَانَ الْوَقْتُ قَدْ خَرَجْ, even if the time went out, yani he has to make it up. Yani, praying with tayammum in a land that usually has water will not satisfy your obligation ultimately. It will not ultimately satisfy your obligation. It will satisfy your obligation with the meaning that you didn't let the time go out without honoring the time by praying. But not with the meaning that you're still going to have to make it up because you made tayammum in a land that usually has water. Yani, do you live in a town that usually has water? Probably so, because people don't make towns that don't have water, that are not close to the water. So imagine in your own town, there is no water. You might even find it hard. How could that be? There's rivers down there, there's streams all over the place, there's stores everywhere. That's why, when you think about it like that, that's why. If you make tayammum in a land that usually has water, you're going to have to make that prayer up. Just think about it like that. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, والردة, and apostasy. الشرح الثالث من مبطلات التيمم الردة. The explanation is that the third invalidator of tayammum is apostasy, والعياذ بالله تعالى, بخلاف الوضوء, as opposed to wudu. فإنه لا ينتقض بها. Indeed, wudu is not invalidated by apostasy, as you know. Also, there is another condition, another condition of tayammum that's not mentioned here. It's not here in the text of Abu Shuja, and it's not here in this explanation, the Sheikh's explanation here, which is removing the najasa from the body before tayammum. Removing the najasa from the body before the tayammum. So the presence of an excuse is a justifier, not a condition. The entrance of the prayer time is a condition that must precede the other conditions. Seeking the water is a condition for the one you know. The inability to use it is a justifier, not a condition. Needing it after seeking it is a justifier, not a condition. And removing the unexcused najasa from the body and clothing before doing tayammum, that's a condition. It's not here though. And the pure soil, that's a condition. Just like water is a condition for wudu. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, وصاحب الجبائر يمسح عليها. Anyone who has a cast wipes upon it. Okay, that's what he said here. Anyone who has a cast wipes upon it. When he's going to wipe on the cast, only if the cast is covering some of the healthy part. Don't forget. Because here you have two replacements going on. Because tayammum is one thing and wiping the cast is another thing. Wiping the cast here means with water, not soil. Why are you going to make tayammum? Yani, now we're in the part about when you make tayammum because you can't wash an organ. So why are you going to make tayammum? Because you have a wound and you can't wash it. So since you can't wash that wound, you're going to make tayammum. Tayammum replaces the wound that you can't wash. Why would you wipe on the cast? Because the cast is covering part of the healthy part. The cast is covering part of the healthy part. So wiping the entire cast replaces the healthy part that you can't wash. Tayammum replaces the wound that you can't wash. Wiping the cast replaces the healthy part that you can't wash. Remember that. Teach it to someone so you can remember it. Yes. That's why if you have a cast on the tayammum organ, you're going to have to repeat your prayer. If you have a cast on the tayammum organ, you must repeat your prayer. Because then you just will not have a complete purification. You won't, at that point, if your cast is on a tayammum organ, it is impossible for you to make a complete purification. So you're definitely going to have to make up your prayer later. Ash-sharh, the explanation. Al-jabairu jam'u jabiraha, wa hiya ma yujbaru yajbaru bihi ma yujbaru bihi mahallul kasr. The cast is that which is used to mend the break. Yani, okay, yes. And that's what jabira means in Arabic language. It is what is used to mend the break, and that means, though more specifically, rods or beams that are used to mend the break. That's the jabira. لكن الفقهاء يريدون بها ما هو أعم من ذلك. However, the jurists, they mean by jabira something broader than its linguistic meaning. فيشمل كل ساتر يوضع للحاجة على محل العلة. It therefore covers the word jabira for the jurists covers any barrier, any cover placed over the wound for the need of doing so. Like what? Like a sling, like a band-aid, like maybe you put tape there, or ace bandage, or cream, or a rope even. You had a broken bone, your whole forearm looks like an L. And then you lined it back up and tied a rope around it to keep it from bending back again, for example. So now that's like cast for you. So it's going to have all these things have the same rule. وصاحب الجبائر يمسح بالماء عليها. The one who has the cast wipes with water upon it if it blocks some of the healthy part. وذلك بإمرار اليد المبلولة بالماء على الجبيرة. That would be by passing the wet hand over the cast, the entire cast. وهذا إذا كان ينضر إن رفعها وغسل ما تحتها. And this is the case if he would be harmed if he were to remove the cast and then wash the organ there under the cast. If he can remove the cast without harming himself, he'd be obligated to. ويكون مسحه عليها متى شاء إن كان جنبا. The time for wiping the cast will be whenever he wants to in the case of someone who's junub, because ghusl doesn't have any sequence, so he can wipe it at any time. Before the ghusl, after the ghusl, during the ghusl. But it's better to do it before the ghusl so that when he washes, he can wash the trace of the soil away. ويمسح وقت غسل العليل ويمسح وقت غسل العليل لا قبل ذلك إن كان محدثا. And if he were a person who needs wudu, then he cannot wipe on his cast until he gets to the wound, yani the part where the cast is, until he gets to that organ. And notice here he's talking about wiping the cast, wiping the cast. I thought we were in the wudu, in the tayammum chapter. Why he's not talking about the tayammum? Wiping the cast is not tayammum, because he's explaining what the author said. The author started this part of the tayammum section by saying someone who has a cast wipes on it with water. So now that's what the author's talking about. Where does this tayammum come in? We're going to see, inshallah. But why he's going to wipe on the cast? Someone tell me why he will wipe on the cast. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Since you're unable to get to the actual organ, the cast is covering that section.
There's very important word you need to say here. What is it that you can't wash?
The specific.
The healthy part.
The healthy part, okay.
Yeah, the cast is covering some of the healthy part. So, let me ask a question again, another question. Why are you going to make the tayammum here? In this case, what's the reason for the tayammum? 5, 4.
I'm trying to figure out how to put it properly. Because you are unable to wash, again, the healthy part of that.
Not the healthy part. The tayammum. Okay. For the tayammum, what did someone say here? For the sick part, yes. The tayammum is to replace the sick part that you can't wash.
Got it.
Why are you going to wipe on the cast? Tell me the answer, please. 5, 4. You can repeat if you want. 3.
For the healthy part.
Yes. What do you mean for the healthy part?
The part that is not sick.
What about it?
That the cast is covering.
Yes. Yani, because you can't wash the healthy part. Yes, correct. So the tayammum itself is for the sick part that you can't wash. Wiping the cast is for the healthy part you can't wash because the cast is in the way. Okay. So in كان محدثا لوجوب ترتيب في طهارة الحدث الأصغر. If a person needs wudu, he's going to wipe the cast when he gets to that spot in the wudu because of the obligation of keeping the order. When doing purification for small Hadath, small impurity. ويشترط في الجبيرة ألا تأخذ من الصحيح إلا ما لا بد منه للاستمساك ويجب غسل الصحيح. Now, it is a condition for the cast that it does not take up more than what's needed, that it does not take up of the healthy part more than what's needed to stay on. Okay, so that means there's detail here. Yani, a person has a wound, an injury, so he needs a cast. Usually the cast is going to cover more than the mere injury because it needs to stay on. So if the injury, for example, were on the top of your forearm, the cast might wrap all the way around your forearm because it needs to stay on. So there's a part of the healthy part that's blocked by the cast. Okay. That's usually inevitable. So then, as long as it's only covering what it needs to stay on, then that's not going to be enough to make you obligated to make up your prayers later. It's when the cast take up more than the healthy part. It's when the cast takes up more than what's needed of the healthy part, and you can't remove it, that you're definitely going to have to make up your prayers. That's it. One saying here, no detail. If your cast, which usually will take some of the healthy part, if it takes up more of the healthy part than what's needed to stay on, like you broke your pinky and your cast goes all the way down to your elbow and you can't take it off, then you're definitely going to have to make up your prayers. Even if you had wudu when the cast was put on. وَيَجِبُ غَسْلُ الصَّحِيحِ, it's obligatory to wash the healthy part. So, if it happened, if it did happen that your cast or bandage or cream doesn't take up any of the healthy part, that's rare. Maybe in cream it's easy to conceive because you can just put the cream so that it only covers the injury only. When we say injury here, could be a burn, could be a scrape. You were riding a motorcycle, fell off, got burnt while you slid down the street, scraped your skin, for example. Or like this, or you burnt yourself or the like. So maybe you put the cream there, does not take up more than the injury. Then it's like you don't have any cast on. Okay. So then it's like you don't have a cast on if it doesn't cover any of the healthy part. Also, what if you have a cast or the like of a cast, and it is covering some of the healthy part, but you can manage to just move it in such a way that you can get the water under it, and you can get the water to all the healthy part around the wound, and you got everything. With the presence of the cast there, then it's like you don't have a cast because you got everything. So I think that's clear, inshallah. You can ask if you want to. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, ويتيمم, and he makes tayammum. الشرح, the explanation. أن صاحب الجبائر يتيمم وجوبا, is that the one who has a cast makes tayammum as an obligation. لقصة الرجل الذي كان به شجة في رأسه, that's proven by the story of the man who had a cracked skull. ثم احتلم, and then he had a wet dream on a cold night at that. واغتسل, And then he performed the ghusl out of his ignorance and the ignorance of his company who told him to do the ghusl. فَدَخَلَ الْمَاءُ شَجَّتَهُ, and then the water entered the crack in his skull. فَمَاتَ, and he died. فَقَالَ النَّبِيُّ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَسَلَّمَ, so the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam said, إِنَّمَا كَانَ يَكْفِيهِ أَن يَتَيَمَّمْ, merely it would have been enough for him to make tayammum, وَيَعْصِبَ رَأْسَهُ بِخِرْقَةٍ, and then to tie a rag on his head. He put a bandage on his head. ثُمَّ يَمْسَحَ عَلَيْهَا, and then to wipe over it. وَيَغْسِلَ سَائِرَ جَسَدِهِ, and then to wash the rest of his body. It would have been enough for him to make wudu and to put a bandage on his head and wipe over it, and then to wash the rest of his body. Rawahu Abu Dawood, or to wrap up his head. It would have been enough to wrap up his head. Abu Dawood narrated that وَهَذَا التَّيَمُّمُ بَدَلٌ عَنْ غَسْلِ الْعَلِيلِ. This tayammum is a replacement for washing the injury. وَمَسْحُ الْجَبِيرَةِ بِالْمَاءِ بَدَلٌ عَنْ غَسْلِ مَا تَحْتَ أَطْرَافِهَا مِنَ الصَّحِيحِ. And wiping the cast with water is a replacement for not washing what is under the edges of the cast, of the healthy part. فَلَوْ كَانَتِ الْجَبِيرَةُ بِقَدْرِ الْعِلَّةِ فَقَطْ. So had the cast been only the amount of the injury, أو أزيد وأوصل الماء إلى ما تحتها من الزائد, so had the cast been only the amount of the injury, or more than it, but he was able to get the water under it, لا يجب المسح عليها بالماء, with the meaning that he got all of the healthy part, then it will not be obligatory on him to wipe it with water. ولو لم يكن على موضع العلة ولو لم يكن على موضع العلة جبيرة كفاه التيمم. And if there is no cast on the injured spot, then mere tayammum is enough for him. وليس عليه مسح موضع العلة بالماء, and he won't be obligated to wipe the injury with water. لكنه إن كان العلة في موضع التيمم يمر التراب عليها. However, if the injury were on the tayammum organ, he must pass the soil over it. So what if he had a burn or a scrape? He can't rub these on his arm or on his face, and he can't rub the soil over it. So the rule is, first before that, the rule is, when it comes to the tayammum, because of the injury, you're going to have to make your tayammum normal. Wipe your face, wipe your arms and hands. Complete tayammum. What if you have a spot there, you can't rub the soil on that spot because it's open wound there. You can't put the dirt in there, get the dust in there. This means now you're unable to complete your tayammum, like if you had a cast on it. If you had a cast on the tayammum spot. Then we say, if you had a cast on the tayammum spot, khalas, you're going to have to make up that prayer. Because now, you couldn't even wash the injury. That's why you're making tayammum. And the cast is on the tayammum spot. Now you can't even make a complete tayammum. So you're definitely going to have to make up your prayer later. Probably what I'm saying to you is clear now. But when you want to say it back later, you won't be able to. There's a good chance if you don't study. Now, so ولو لم يكن على موضع العلة جبيرة. So I just read that there. وعند مالك وأبي حنيفة ينظر إلى الأكثر. And according to Malik and Abu Hanifa, you look at the majority of the body. One, the majority of the body is inspected. The majority of the body is inspected according to Malik and Abu Hanifa. فإن كان أكثر بدنه صحيحا, if most of his body is sound, يكفيه غسل الصحيح, then it's enough for him to wash the healthy part. ويمسح على الجبيرة, and he wipes over his cast. ولا تيمم, and there's no tayammum. ولا يلزمه التيمم, and tayammum is not obligatory on him. According to Malik and Abu Hanifa, that's easier. According to them, basically, as long as most of your body is healthy and you have a cast there or bandage there, wash and make wudu, and then just wipe over the barrier. And that's it. No tayammum. So easy. That's what makes the laws of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam the easiest laws. But the effort that it took to get to those easy laws was the lifelong work of dedicated scholars. And the knowledge behind those easy laws is a sea without a shore. But the result of that lifelong hard dedication and vast sea of knowledge, the result was easy rules in the religion. Just you need knowledge though. So that if you have enough knowledge, you can go between the madhabs safely and do what's easier for you. Then you're going to be, for example, in a kafir country, you're going to say, I'm going to take by the Hanafis and deal with these kuffar with the money the way they deal. And then maybe you're going to find yourself on a farm, you're going to say, I'm going to take the Malikis who said that this manure of the edible animal is not najasa. And like this, when you have more knowledge you have, you can do so much. How are you going to get that knowledge though? By the effort. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, said the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, ويصلي ولا إعادة عليه إن كان وضعها على طهر. And he prays, and he has no makeup if he put the cast on while in a state of purification. الشرح, the explanation, is أن صاحب الجبيرة إذا مسح عليها بالماء, is that the one who has a cast, when he wipes on it with water, وغسل الصحيح, and he washes the healthy part, وتيمم, and he makes tayammum, يصلي, then he prays. فإن كان وضع الجبيرة على طهر, if he put that cast on while he has purity, while he has purification, في غير أعضاء التيمم, not on a tayammum organ. We already said, if it's on a tayammum organ, that cast, then khalas, he's going to have to make up his prayer. If he put that cast on, not on a tayammum organ though, and while he had purification, he had full wudu and ghusl. He had wudu and ghusl when the cast was put on. And the cast does not take more than what's needed. And it's not on a tayammum organ. So all those conditions there, it's study that make you able to say that. Then he won't have to make up his prayers later. This chapter always makes me think of Ash-Shafi'i himself. So I say to myself, subhanallah, he got down to all these details, all consistent. There's no contradiction, nothing, but so intricate. Subhanallah. This religion is science. So if he put that cast on while on purity and it's not on a tayammum organ, ليس عليه إعادة الصلاة التي صلاها بالتيمم, then it will not be obligatory on him to repeat the prayer that he prayed with tayammum. وَإِنْ وَضَعَهَا وَهُوَ عَلَى غَيْرِ طُهْرٍ أَعَادٍ. If he put it on without purification, he will have to repeat his prayers later. He's going to have to pray on time now and repeat his prayers later. وإن كانت الجبيرة على عضو من أعضاء التيمم وجبت الإعادة مطلقا. And if the cast were on a tayammum organ, then he will absolutely have to make up these prayers. And look, all these details, this is Shafi'i school. One of us might struggle to master just this. What about those they mastered? Sheikh Abdullah, he mastered all the four madhabs. So mastered. Yani, what do you think? Okay, you know Abu Shuja is not the highest level. But if someone can explain this Abu Shuja, yeah, that's a pretty nice level. Imagine he has this level in Shafi'i school and Hanafi school and Maliki. That's not even highest level. Shafi'i school and Maliki school and Hanafi school and Hanbali school. Just this level. What? What kind of knowledge is that? What kind of comprehension is that? That's still a small level. Those scholars who could master all the madhabs. I'm talking about master the whole madhab. All of them. Those all four. What? I have no words. They don't mix it up. They don't get it mixed up. They don't make mistakes. So anyway. أي وإن كانت وضعت على طهر. Meaning, even if it were put while he had purification, but it was put, that cast, on a tayammum organ. فَبَعْدَ نَزْعِهَا يَغْسِلُ مَكَانَهَا وَيُصَلِّي. After taking it off, he washes that place and prays. قال المؤلف رحمه الله ويتيمم لكل فريضة. One makes tayammum for every obligation. The author said, الشرح من أحكام التيمم أن المتيمم لا يستبيح بتيممه إلا فرضا واحدا. Amongst the rules of tayammum is that the one who makes tayammum does not license by his tayammum but one obligation, ولو منذورا, even if it were a vow, because the vow, the nether, makes something obligatory. أو طوافا, even if it were a tawaf. And he cannot mix these. He can't do a tawaf and a khutbah for Jumu'ah with one tayammum, obligatory tawaf. ولا يشترط أن يعينه بتيممه. It's not an obligation to specify which obligation he wants to do with this tayammum. وَلَوْ عَيَّنَ فَرْضًا كَانَ لَهُ أَنْ يُصَلِّيَ غَيْرَهُ. And if he does determine a particular obligation in his intention, he's still allowed to do a different obligation with that tayammum, but not more than one with that tayammum. ويجوز أن يجمع بين الفريضة وصلاة الجنازة بتيمم واحد. And it is permissible to merge an obligation and a funeral prayer with one tayammum, because as we already covered, funeral prayer in the chapter of tayammum has the rank of a voluntary prayer. قال المؤلف رحمه الله, the author, may Allah have mercy upon him, said, ويصلي بتيمم واحد ما شاء من النوافل. And he prays as many optional prayers as he wishes with one tayammum. الشرح, the explanation. رخص الشرع للمتيمم أن يضيف إلى الفرض الواحد نوافل. The law has accommodated the one who makes tayammum with adding to or annexing to his single obligation that he can do with the tayammum voluntary deeds, yani unlimited voluntary deeds. قبل الفرض وبعده, before that obligation and after that obligation. He can make tayammum, do unlimited sunnahs before he does the obligation with that tayammum, do his obligation with that tayammum, then do unlimited sunnahs after that obligation. لأن النوافل takfur, because the voluntary worships are multiple. فلو فرض التيمم لكل نافلة, and so had a tayammum for every individual voluntary worship been obligatory, لأدى ذلك إلى حرج عظيم, that would have led to a great inconvenience. أما عند أبي حنيفة فيجوز أن يصلي بتيمم واحد. As for, though, according to Abu Hanifa, it is permissible to pray with a single tayammum more than one obligation. Because according to Abu Hanifa, the tayammum does temporarily lift the religious impurity. According to Ash-Shafi'i, the tayammum does not lift the impurity. You will be impure with the tayammum, but you have permission to pray. According to Abu Hanifa, the tayammum will temporarily lift the impurity. قال الخطابي, here's a footnote, يحتج بهذا الحديث. Abu Hanifa takes evidence from this hadith, أي قوله صلى الله عليه وسلم الصعيد وضوء المسلم وإن لم يجد الماء 10 سنين. There's a hadith that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, soil is the wudu water of a Muslim, even if he didn't find real water for 10 years. من يرى أن للمتيمم أن يجمع بتيممه بين صلوات كثيرة. This is the proof for whoever sees that the one who makes tayammum can use a single tayammum for many obligatory prayers. وهو مذهب أبي حنيفة, and that's the madhab of Abu Hanifa. So look how the Shaykh, he gave us, as if he gave us whatever we might need in some difficult situations where the Shafi'i school is tight on us. He gave the Shafi'i school to sufficient detail and gave other schools for alternative action not too extensive detail, but at least he showed you a way. He opened the door for you. He pointed out to you which way to go. So if you need more detail, at least you know. Go to someone who can tell you Hanafi school here. Or in some other case, go to someone who can tell you Maliki school there. When you need more details. وَاسْتَحَبَّ أَبُو بَكْرٍ ibn al-Mundhir هَذَا الْقَوْلِ. And Abu Bakr ibn al-Mundhir, he liked this saying of Abu Hanifa. He was a Shafi'i who became an absolute mujtahid. So he's, as an absolute mujtahid, still like a Shafi'i, but different from a Shafi'i in some cases. And this is one of them. Here he agrees with Abu Hanifa. According to him, what do we have? Footnote here. According to him, this way is the way that reflects the ease that the religion promotes. According to Abu Bakr ibn al-Mundhir, this way, to be able to do more than one obligation with a single tayammum, it is compliant with the ease of the law of Muhammad. That ease that the law of Muhammad, that is a slogan for the law of Muhammad. That ease that is a slogan for the law of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. For that reason, Abu Bakr ibn al-Mundhir goes by this saying. Wallahu tabaraka wa ta'ala a'lamu wa ahkam. Allah again enabled us to achieve our goal. I ask Allah tabaraka wa ta'ala to enable us to achieve all of our goals in the dunya and in the afterlife. Oh Allah, make us successful in this life and in the next life, and bless our Muslim families and guide our non-Muslim families and associates, and bless our monies and bless our bodies and bless our health, and grant us accepted dua, and increase our knowledge, and make us amongst the jurists and the theologians, and make us amongst the grammarians and the reciters and the interpreters and the adhan callers, and make us amongst the awliya, ya Rabbal Alameen. And protect the Muslims in the war zones, ya Allah. Grant us the strength to continually worship you. Enable us to sleep little without sickness and without anxiety, so that we can spend more time in worship. And enable us, Ya Rabbal Alameen, to be obedient to you. Allahumma ameen.